to Unraveled Game Thoughts. My name is Wade, and I have my top 100, mid-2023. Sometimes after playing several games, being introduced to new games, playing some of the games I already have repeatedly, or playing games with others on BGA, I kind of get the hankering, hey, I need to re-rank these games. I think differently about them than I used to. And so that's what I've done. Mid-2023, I will most likely get the desire to do this again later this year, I would imagine. However, I also had some channel announcements that I wanted to at least throw on there. This is a hobby I do. I enjoy doing it. I will probably continue doing it for a while. But I do have a Patreon page, and I have a Ko-Fi account, and would love to be able to pursue this even more with further support. So in an effort to work toward that end, I am going to start offering a drawing quarterly for anybody who is supporting the channel, either on Patreon or on Ko-Fi, either one. Basically, the level, I think I have 3 levels on Patreon, and it'll be 3 entries, or 1 entry per drawing, but per month that that you have supported the channel. So in the first drawing at the end of September, my plan is to give away this new in shrink It's a Wonderful Kingdom, and also comes with some like a set of cards, like promo cards that came with it. So this was a I actually haven't played that one, this version. I've played It's a Wonderful World. I really like It's a Wonderful World, and then I ended up with a copy of this, and I looked into it, and it's a two-player version of It's a Wonderful World, which is probably okay. I just have several 2-player games that I really enjoy, and I did not want to add another one to the mix. So it is on my I don't know what you call it. It's not a shelf of shame. The shelf of games I'm like, that was fun, but I'll play it with a friend one day down the road, or I just don't have a huge interest in it right now. In fact, I know I have a friend who has this game, and I could probably hit them up to either borrow it or play it with them at some point down the road. So that is the giveaway for September. And again, I'll link the Patreon and the Ko-Fi accounts in the description. But thank you for watching. Whether you support the channel or not, that's just kind of a thing that I am hoping to kind of generate organically, I guess. I'm not putting a lot of advertising out there, or clickbait or things like that. I don't really like those things myself that much, so probably most people watching this are adults and can make those decisions for themselves. So there you have it. That is my my intro. Now, what's changed about Top 100 this year? So a couple things that I have nuanced. I typically in the past, when I did my game rankings, I would often have this notion that I could kind of objectively look at the games and sort of rate them based on just their inherent value. And I think that was a neat and maybe a somewhat naive idea. There's still a piece of that. I do place some value on a game that I think is innately better designed than another game. But I also know that there are plenty of games that I just simply enjoy them, regardless of who likes them or doesn't like them. I like them. And so this is probably the first rating where I just asked myself, how much do I like playing this game? And when I'm thinking of that, it's How much, could I play this game multiple times in a row and just not get tired of it? And that's largely my marker for how much I like a game. Because if I play a game and I'm like, well, that's neat, but I'll come back to it another day, and I want to play it again, but it's not one I ever want to play twice in a row, that shows some value of the game. Now, bearing in mind, there might be a game like Twilight Imperium. It's not on my list. I've never played it, but it's an all-day game. If I like Twilight Imperium enough that I could almost immediately, let's go to sleep for the night and wake up the next day and play it again, then it could still qualify as a back-to-back play, even though it's a game that takes a lot longer. Most of the games that are high on my list are not games that I usually end up playing twice in a row, but I would play them twice in a row, and I wouldn't mind it at all, and I would certainly schedule multiple game days in a row to play these games. You're gonna have to forgive me. I hope I'll try to do that. Got my coffee this morning. So the other thing that I've changed on my list, and this is partly because I get asked once in a while by folks that are intrigued by games but haven't gotten into them yet, what would be some games that might be good for getting into the hobby, or I want to get my family playing games more. What were some good games that I can get my family to play? So I came up with a color coding system. Now, I haven't edited the video, so I'm hoping to add this as I edit the video. And if I'm lucky, I'll come up with a dot or a square or some kind of symbol that I can color and put into the titles when I go to the game. And you see the BGG page right now, but I will likely throw up a picture of the game, and I will scroll through BGG here as I look at games. But a green dot or a green, whatever I use, green will indicate this is a game that I feel is great for beginners. You can get people into the game. The rules are not that hard to learn, and they are, it may not be totally a gateway game, but close enough that I would recommend it to people. Yellow is middle of the road. There are some games that I don't think they're not quite gateway games, but they're not super heavy either. They're not necessarily games I would never recommend to people. They're just harder, and somebody who is new to the hobby, I probably wouldn't recommend one of these games. But if they were a more complex thinker, or somebody who I knew really liked unraveling the puzzle of trying to learn something new, I might go with a yellow game. Red games there's no way I would ever recommend this to a new player who is just getting into the hobby. I would say these are the heavier games, and or in some cases I don't know that they're heavy, they're just more complex as far as I'm new to the hobby. There's too many mechanisms woven together that I think it's justifiable to say, here's a game to learn, this will be fun. I'm afraid it would push people away from the hobby more than it would engage them. And some of these are great games. Some of these are not really that heavy games. So, you might see a red and be like, well, that's not a heavy game. It's not that it's a heavy game in and of itself. It is just a more complex game for a newer player, so that's why it's a red. And then I'm going to try, if I can, I'll have a couple in-between categories. So there's some games that I feel like are they're not quite green. They're not really yellow. So I have a green-yellow, and then I've got a yellow-red, which is this is medium, but edges toward the heavy side for a newer gamer. So that's new. What else? What else is new? Oh, in the past, I've often linked whatever the least expensive website is that I could find. I am not going to do that this time. What I'm going to do is tell you about Board Game Oracle. If you are not familiar with Board Game Oracle, it basically gathers options from different sites. So let's look up Distilled. Spoiler alert, it's going to be my number 100. And if we look up Distilled, we have the game here, and then we go down to the bottom, and we can see a whole bunch of stores listed with whether it's in stock or out of stock, and then you can have a link to go to the store, and you could pick what you want there. Now, I don't know, I'm not going to vouch for the accuracy of this, that it is 100% accurate. I have found it to be generally up to date and pretty accurate. I like it. But I don't know, you know, please don't post a comment in the comments about how, you know, terrible the website is or whatever. It's been not accurate for you or whatever game you were looking for. I cannot vouch for that. I know for the most of the games I've looked for, it seems pretty accurate. They're either, you know, half the time not even, there's nothing listed. So an example of one I've been looking for is Hegemony. I would love to play the game, but I don't think it's available in any store, so I don't even know if it comes up. We can try it out real quick here. And it leads your class to victory. That's it. So it's a good chance there's nothing down here. Yeah, there's no prices because it's not really available retail right now. Hopefully it comes out later. I very much want to try it, but it is not available. So that is Board Game Oracle. Highly recommend, if you're looking for a game, go there, look for it, find out what website has it for the least expensive price. Bearing in mind shipping, shipping can be deceptive sometimes. There are some places that charge much more shipping, or you have to get a much higher, you have to pay a lot more, $150 or over $100 to get free shipping. Shipping can be expensive, so I don't hold that against stores. It's just something you have to watch for. If they're charging 10 to 15 bucks per shipping fee, then that sale on that game may not be as good as you think it is. However, quite a few of them have options where you can put the game, you can purchase the game and have them hold it for you and wait until you have the requisite amount of games, dollar value amount of games in your cart, and then they'll ship it to you all at once. So Game Nerds, I know, is one that will do that, and I use them quite often. And Boardlandia does that as well. If you decided to skip the intro, hopefully you're landing right here. We're going to start with the top 100. My goal is to maybe get through all 100. We will see if that happens, but I'm going to try to be relatively quicker than I usually am, and you'll see I'm going to skip the designer and publisher of the game, hopefully putting that into, when I do the edits, I'll add that stuff in there. I'll just say the name of the game and talk about the game very briefly, and then where it fits into, this is a red, well, actually the dots I'll put on later, so I won't even speak to that. I'll just talk about why I like the game and what was interesting and go from there. So let's start with number 100, and that is Distilled. Yes, I had given it away already. I played this game recently. A friend brought it over, and I enjoyed it. I think this might be a game that ends up slipping down my rankings over time. I was afraid when I first saw this game it would be a little too much like Brewcrafters, which is a fine game, but Brewcrafters kind of, once I played it a couple of times, it fell flat for me, and it was just like, oh, you just kind of, you know, there's not very, I felt like it felt very rote putting together my tableau and worker placement options in Brewcrafters. Distilled felt a lot more unique, and it's a little bit more of a maybe a partial tableau builder, but really more of a deck builder game where you're going to be placing workers to take actions, and then you're going to be building up a ingredient list, or you will build up some other things, some add-ons on your tableau that can give you abilities that either help you get better ingredients or give you more money or more points or something toward your goals in the game. And what I found pretty intriguing was it's distilled, so you're brewing liqueurs and more complex, high ABV alcohols, and there's a lot of bits and pieces in there. There's some good thought that went into the game as far as what kind of ingredients will develop sugars, and I liked there's a particular card that you can add in your deck that is the alcohol card. So whenever you're brewing, let's say I have a vegetable, a fruit, and some other sugar or in there, something that produces sugar, then I'm going to add 3 alcohols to my mix of cards. I'm going to shuffle them up, and then I'm going to draw a certain number of cards based on what the action I'm taking, and those cards are going to determine what kind of drink I'm able to make. So if I get the right mix in there, then I might be able to make one of my special drinks if I've purchased the right to make it. And if I have really garbage, I guess you could say, there are a couple of drinks you can make with essentially garbage, like moonshine and I forget what it was you make if you get like no alcohol or something like that. The alcohol card itself can be used as a wild. It can be used as water or alcohol, I believe, in the game. So that you need water in your mix of ingredients. You have to have that, and once you get some of those alcohols in your deck, and after you've drawn the cards that are going to make your ingredients, all the rest of the cards are going to go back to your kind of ingredient pile, and it helps you with your next ingredient potentially, or next recipe rather. So, very interesting game. I would like to play it again. I think at the end of the day it's going to end up being a little choppier and less smooth than I like, but it's still fun. And I don't know that I want to add it to my collection because I'm not sure if it's one that I'm going to feel the desire to pull out and play that often. But it did make my top 100 for now, and I think a lot of what pushed it up the list into that final spot was that I would like to play it again. I want to get a better feel of the ins and outs of the mechanisms and the worker placement spots and what you can do with that, and see if there's some other tricks to the game that give it some depth. Sometimes I play a game and it doesn't feel super deep at first, but then the more I play it, the more I'm like, oh, there's a lot of depth to this game that's worth exploring, and that makes me want to play it more and usually moves it up my list of where I rank a game. So, moving on. We have a long way to go here. Number 99. This is a T game, and oh, no, I'm sorry. My numbers are off on my card here because I did something I'll talk about later. Number 99 is Above and Below. Fairly new to me game. I swapped some other games with a friend of mine, and I got Above and Below in that swap. I enjoyed this game a bit more than I thought I would. I wasn't sure. Ryan Lockett games for me tend to be kind of up and down, and I forget what I played, but I was just kind of like, oh, I think it's Sleeping Gods. Sleeping Gods, to me, it was okay-ish to me. It doesn't rank for me the way I know it ranks for others, and to me, it doesn't strike me as quite as engaging, and it feels a little too mechanical with some story, but I can see where the exploration piece is pretty fun. But Ryan Lockett is, he did Megaland. I like Megaland. It's one of our fun go-to games for our family because it's pretty easy to get out. It's more engaging than some other games that sometimes family might suggest, and I can enjoy and have fun playing it, even though I don't think it's in my top 100 here. I think it's quite a bit lower than that, but it's still a good, enjoyable game. So Above and Below, I wasn't sure what to expect. Played it once with my son. He liked it, and after playing that one time, I really want to play again. It's essentially kind of like a tableau builder for all intents and purposes, with some worker placement element in it, and you're gonna go either recruit new people to your I guess, village. I forget what it's called in the game. And you're going to build either buildings that are kind of at the top of your tableau, or you're going to build caves that are kind of underneath your tableau. And I believe for every cave you explore, or I guess every building you build, you have to have a cave you explored under, or vice versa. I can't remember which one's which. But when you explore caves, you will get to also read a narrative from this storybook. It's like a list of all these, almost like a choose your own adventure book, if you remember those storybooks from the 80s. I don't know if they were in the 90s, but I know I read them back in the 80s. It's like that. It feels like that. And it's a really good rendition of that. I did not realize how neat it was. So these aren't like the most complex stories. They're not going to like blow your mind with how deep they are, but they're fun. And my son enjoyed it, and we had a great time playing it. And I want to play it again and see what all we can explore with the game. I kind of, I tried to win, but I kind of didn't care if I won or not, because the game itself was just kind of neat to see what the stories are. And if somebody else is exploring a cave, you get to read their story to them. And if you explore a cave, they read their story to you. So there's a little bit of a chase for points, but it's like the story is kind of the more fun part of the game. So no idea if this will move up or down on my list. This is a tough one. I could see it going a little bit either way. If it moves down, I think it's not going to be moved down because I think there's any necessarily a weakness in the game. I think it just because maybe other games move up over it. And if it moves up, I think it would be because I get to play it more, and I'm like, man, I just really like to get this game out and play it. So we'll see. That is number 99. All right. Number 98. This is going to throw me the whole time. I'm probably going to mess up these numbers because my list is offed. Basically, there were two games. I'll just go ahead and tell you. Two games much later down the list here where I ended up putting them together on the same line, and so everything else shifted under that. And it's high enough on the list that kind of messed up my whole list. It wasn't until the last minute that I was like, oh yeah, I got to put my 101 game is actually now my 100 game, and so forth and so on. So, yada yada. All right, 98 is a T game, and this is Trismegistus. And I would say one thing to be aware of is I think the production quality of Trismegistus is like, it's okay. I was kind of disappointed. There's some coloring issues. You read the rules and it talks about a certain color, like black is cited in the rules, but it's actually yellow on the actual cards. And I don't think everything quite matches the way it's supposed to. I remember emailing Board and Dice and just saying, hey, you guys is this like something you guys are going to correct, or was this just an error that I got in my game? I wasn't sure. But it's just not. It's not excellent. I do think this is a strong candidate as far as games go of potentially receiving a makeover. So kind of like Teotihuacan is getting right now with an upgraded fancy bit. I could see Trismegistus getting something like that because I think it's underrated. As a game. And what makes Trismegistus pretty fun, it's called Trismegistus the Ultimate Formula is the full title of the game, and you're getting basically elements, and you are transmuting them into other elements, and you're trying to fulfill recipes, and it's got a track, so it's definitely a game where you got these agents, what do they call them? Not agents, agitators, catalysts. They're like catalysts. I'm not using the right word, but catalysts that you use whenever you are transmuting something. You have to use a catalyst, and that moves you up a track. So kind of similar to the Teotihuacan tracks, moving up the different temples. I think Teotihuacan does it a little better, but But Trismegistus is, it's a similar modality. There is some level of simplicity to it that is probably not going to have enough depth for some people. But what I think really makes this game fun is you have this section of your board, and there's like the tiles that you put down in there, and when you start the game, they're all flipped where their back is showing. But when you flip them over, they give you a bonus, a one-off bonus, and whenever they're shaped in kind of this weird, it's not really an L, it's just like a weird shape, and so whenever you complete a row or column of tiles, you get to do the actions on either side of that row or column. What this creates in the game is you can build your way up to one or a couple of turns where you just have this massive, like, I get to flip all these levers because I built up toward this thing based on the recipes I got, based on the artifacts I collected, so forth and so on. And so you're trying to, as you complete recipes and you purchase these artifacts that you can use to accomplish some of the things you're trying to accomplish in the game, then you'll get symbols, which can be used. Those symbols can be used to write publications. You can create a publication, and the publications are largely your end game points. So that's kind of what you're building toward. You get to select a couple at the beginning. There's one recipe that you get at the beginning of the game that's like you're the only one with that recipe, and everybody gets one, but they're all different, and they're like master recipes. And you can't get any more of those in the game. And there's three rounds to the game, so each round the recipes and the stuff on the board gets more complex with each round until the final round. But your master recipe, it can really add to what you're trying to do. So a lot of your beginning opening decisions of the game are trying to find a publication, a master recipe, and an artifact that kind of all go together in some way, so that you can trigger more stuff during the game, and it'll flow pretty streamlessly. And this one has a fairly enjoyable solo option where you're playing against the cat, Trismegistus's cat, or that's not the name. I forget the name of the guy who's the narrative person, wizard. Not really a wizard, but like whatever, but's behind the game. I don't think his name was Trismegistus. That's just like something you yell when you have accomplished something. But there you go. Good game. I like it. Really would like to see a remake of it. But more fun to play than I think a lot of people realize. And it could use maybe some redone art, possibly. So if anybody who has anything to do with Trismegistus being remade, that's my plug for that. All right, number 97 is pretty. This is the first, I would say, green game on my list here that I would recommend to people who are getting into gaming, and that is Cascadia. And it's a very pleasant, kind of a point salad tableau builder. You're gonna draw tiles, and you draw a tile, and then each section, so you have like 4. I guess technically you just have a stack of tiles, but we usually put them in you got four tiles, and you have 4 of these tokens that are going to have an animal symbol on them. You're going to draw a tile in your token, and you're going to put it in your tableau. You start with a 3-sided tile, and if you can't place the animal token, then that just leaves the game. You don't get to place one that round. Most of the game, you're going to want to figure out a way to place your tile and your token. And then the way the land pieces, there's about 5 different land types, and the way they connect, for the largest land types in your area, they will score you points. And then you get a little bit of a bonus point for having the biggest of all the players. And then the tokens will also score you points, but then there are animal cards that will score you points for how those tokens are placed. It's usually in some pattern that they will score points, and each animal, this is bear, elk, fox, eagle, I feel like one more, fish, salmon. Those are 5 animal types. In each animal type, there are like 5 different potential scoring cards, and you just pick one. Maybe it's 4, and you pick one at random, and then that's how that animal will score. And so at the end of the game, you're going to score points for how your landscape habitats were assimilated, and you'll score points for your animals. But very easy, super quick to play. Probably takes like, I'd say 30 minutes is probably a solid time frame for even playing a 4-player game. 2-player game, probably about the same, because you're going to lay more tiles out. Each player's you're basically laying the same number of tiles out no matter what player count you're playing at. It's just a matter of how many players are going to be laying those tiles. So that is Cascadia. I'm going to go back. I'm going to correct. I don't think it's the same number of tiles. I think the tile count does increase and decrease with player count. But that being said, I don't think a 4-player game is that much longer than a 2-player game. So there you go. Number 96 is another nature game that I played, I think, for the first time last year at BGGCon, and I enjoy it. It's light, but I think it's fun, and it's area control with animal dominoes, and you've probably guessed it, it's Renature, which is pretty. I didn't make it a green because I thought it was a slightly more complex side, but it's area control. Area control can be tough, and I played it with my family, and there were some rules that were harder for them to grok, and they play games with me on a fairly regular basis and have played some of the more complex games. So that's why I kind of figured this is not quite a green. I'd recommend this to anybody, but if you like dominoes, just because you like dominoes, I guess, because this doesn't play like dominoes per se, although you are matching the end pieces, like matching animals, and there's wilds, so there's probably a domino element to it, and then you're surrounding areas, and then once an area is surrounded, then whoever had put plants into that area gets points. And then as you put plants in an area, there's options. You have these clouds that you can use to pull plants off, and then you can replace them elsewhere in the game, but you have a fairly limited number of clouds. So trying to find a system to get, place your dominoes down and then score in those area majority areas, and be able to also pull stuff off, so that as you work your way down the board, you want to be able to get to the places on the end of the board, which are where most of the points are. The bigger area control options are at the end of the board, but you have to start at the top and then work your way down. So it's a fun game. I kind of see this one potentially moving up the list with more plays, but again, I don't know. It is on the lighter side, but it is one that I certainly think I can get my family to play, and they, after playing the first time, they really wanted to play it again. We might even take this on our trips this summer, see if folks want to play it there. That is Renature at number 96. All right, number 95. Our first Stonemaier game on the list. Probably a clue, there will be more. But it is Charterstone at number 95. Just started playing Charterstone with some friends of ours, and I like it. I don't know where it'll land at the end of the day, but I do like it. It's pretty easy to engage, and it's almost like you're building your own little village, and to some degree your own little engine to try to score points in the game. I'll have to see over the course of games we play how that evolves, but it's an interesting build in complexity over time, and I thought it was very intriguing to start the game with very few rules, and then as you play the game, more rules develop in the game. It starts out as just you're going to place workers, and if something tells you to open a box or read a thing, you open a box and you read a thing. That usually introduces more things and more characters, and everybody has their own box with their own meeples and people in it and whatnot. But it's fun. I like it, and it builds. So I'll be curious to see kind of how far it gets once we get to Game 7, but my understanding is every game is a little different, and I'm also kind of curious, like, once we get to Game 7, I've been told by others in the past that you kind of create your own game board, and you could just play that game in the future. So my question will be, how much do I want to play that game? Like, I've gotten to there, would I rather just start over and play a different game altogether of Charterstone and see where it develops, or would I actually want to play this board that we've developed at the end of I think it's 7 plays? Would I like to play that game again? Would that be fun? So, but it is intriguing and it's fun and it's exciting when somebody opens a new box and puts a new rule out there, and it's a very creative game that I think is, to some degree, I would say, standing the test of time. They make the recharge packs so you can reset the game, which is pretty good, and I think you could teach this one to younger children. By younger children, I mean my son is 12. He could learn the game. You could probably go as low as like 7 or 8 years old, depending on the what your child is into. But I think you could engage a younger audience with this game potentially. Yeah. So that is Charterstone. Number 94. I might have to speed up. This is going to be kind of slow. Number 94 is Cooper Island. And this is a game that I saw on heavy cardboard and really wanted to try it. I got to try it out at BGG-Con last year. And it's, how do I describe this game? You're in a boat and you're going to take actions, either building up your things on your island. You have kind of like an island board, but it's connected to a larger landmass where everybody's board is connected to that landmass, and you're sailing one boat one direction around and one boat the other direction around, and they're going to trigger things as they go, and you can get points based on how far those boats get around the island. The thing that's really kind of an interesting mechanism in the game, that's the most intriguing, is there are tiles that you lay on your island, and when you lay a tile, it develops, depending on what tile, what you're stacking it on, you create food, wood, stone, gold, some resource, and you use the resources, and then as you stack more tiles on those islands, you will get more resources, and then you use the resources to pay for buildings and upgrades and things of that nature. It's very crunchy. I've played it a few times. I'm pretty confident I did terribly the first time I played, and I'm pretty confident I did terribly the second time I played. I can't remember if I might have posted a solo video, and if I did, feel free to look that up on the channel, and you can kind of get a better idea of what it looks like. But it's a crunchy game. It's one of those games that I kind of want to figure out the system. I think there's a system. I think the designer had something in mind, and probably it is, once you grok it, it's like, this is the secret to doing this game. But it's fun, and that tile laying piece is a much more intriguing, almost 3D puzzle as compared to other games, which feel maybe a little bit more 2D in some ways. This one has that 3D element, which is really hard to grok. So Cooper Island, definitely wouldn't recommend it for a new player, but it's fun, and I can kind of see this maybe being a hidden gem down the road. It's not the point where I'm willing to call it a hidden gem just yet, because I haven't played it enough, and sometimes you get sometimes I play a game and I get to a point where I'm like, oh, okay, I kind of see enough weaknesses that I wouldn't call it a gem. But this one, I haven't played it enough to get that all the way, and I'd like to play it more and see if it's just a really hard game that once you get the system down, you've really unlocked this like layer of ability to play much more engagingly and much more competitively at the level if everybody's on the same level. So it's one of those games where I can see if somebody actually knows what they're doing and they're playing the game well, they are going to destroy everybody else in the game who's learning. So you really want to make sure you unlock for people, if you're introducing new players to a game like this, and you have unlocked the secrets to how to like really make the game move, then you want to tell some of those secrets to your new players so that they can actually play the game and probably have fun and have a chance at winning, unless they're just, you have genius friends who are going to figure it out very quickly. But that is Cooper Island, number 94. Number 93 is another T game. And this is Tabannusi, Builders of And I enjoyed this game. You're going to be building there's like these plastic pieces that come in the game that are various colors, yellow, brown, green, and yellow. There's different colors of building. It's three different colors of building. I can't remember all the different colors, but there's 3 different colors. And you're building these buildings, and you're going to score some points based on the there's a tad of area control, and there's some dice involved because there are like 5 sections on the board. You're going to be rolling dice, and you're going to put them on these barges in the 5 sections, and that's where you take actions. And the dice, some barges might not get any dice, and some will get a ton of dice, and so you can only take actions where there are actions available to take. And there's there's a section for kind of enhancing your actions where you can spend a little bit more resource-wise, but you can make your actions better. And then there's kind of some end-game scoring opportunities at the top of the board with I think that's the temples, shrines, or something like that. And I'm not describing it terribly well, but there's a section for building, and then there's like gardens you can build out on the board. But when you build gardens, you're often taking up spaces where buildings could be placed. So if gardens get built out, that's a way to score points. Or you end up building more buildings and scoring more points that way. And then there's like a section, I think, for gathering resources for the most part. And it's a fun, enjoyable T game. It's a little bit, there's a tad of dryness to it, I guess I would say. Maybe that's the theme. I don't know why I tend to. There's some games where I'm just like, this theme just seems a little better. The other, and I'm not talking about the difference between like a Euro theme versus like Everdell or something. This is like, as Euro themes go, I don't know, I just find something slightly dry, but I do like Tabannusi and the dice selection and the interaction between the 5 different areas you can go. I'm saying 5, I think it's 5 and not 6, on the board, and it's fun. I want to play it again. I've actually recently had a little bit of a hankering to play it again. So it's enjoyable, heavier. Definitely wouldn't recommend it to a new player. Don't know if it'll move up or down my list. I have a heart. This is a tough one because I've decided I like it better than Tawantinsuyu, which didn't make my list, and I like it better than what is the other one? The Trismegistus was on here. It's not Tawantinsuyu. Tekenyu, and I like Tawantinsuyu. I like Tekenyu, but they did not make my top 100. I felt like Tabannusi is just a better. It was a better version of. It's not a version of those games. T game, but of the T games, it had a little bit less dryness than those other ones. So there you have it. Worth a shot, I think. Definitely more Euro-y in nature than some of the other games that we might run into here. Number 92. This is a game that has moved down my list over time. I'm up and down on it. I like it. I don't see myself ever getting rid of it because it is very enjoyable to play, but it's one of those games that's kind of like I have to be in the right mood to play it, and that's Architects of the West Kingdom. And it's one of those games where I feel like there's probably a better strategy than I employ. I typically, when I start playing this game, I'm playing it like it's going to be about 6 to 8 rounds longer than it is, and it always ends before I'm ready. And I haven't quite grokked that whole gathering my resources in the right fashion and then building one way or the other, either on the temple or on my own buildings and my own tableau quite right. But it's still a fun game to play. I enjoy it every time I play it, and it's just there have been several that I've played where I get to the end and I'm like, oh, I'm clearly going to lose this game, and I have not done what I needed to do to be successful. And it's a game that more quickly gets there than other games. So I think a lot of other games I feel like, oh, I can still do some fun things. This one, it's like, oh, it's going to end, and I'm not going to win it. So not that it's all about winning, just it's not one of those games. I guess this is how I describe it. So some games, I like the mechanics of the game so well that I could care less if I win. I'm going to try, but I just, I'm just going to see how much further I can get my tableau before the game ends. Architects is one where I get toward the end and I'm like, oh, I don't see any way I'm going to get my tableau pushed much further, and I've also clearly not done as well as someone else who's playing, and so I'm just like, well, let's just finish this up and get to the next game. So I usually don't want to play 2 games of Architects in a row, but it is still a fun game, and I feel like it's one of those games that it probably makes my top 100 in part because I feel like if I got better at this game, I could probably enjoy it even more, and so for that reason I could see it maybe even moving up the list because of that. Let's see. Next on the list is number 91, and this is a game that has moved up and down my list over the years, but I think more consistently has been moving down. However, it might have leveled out at the spot it might end up roughly. We'll see. That's Dinosaur Island. I really liked this game when I first got it, and then after playing it several times, it got to this point where I was like, oh, I kind of get the system. It got dry. It just dried out for me because it just felt like, oh, I just got to do X, Y, and Z, and I got to do them in this order, and outside of a few random elements in the game, it was not much, there wasn't much to it. But then I started adding in, I'd initially gotten the Totally Liquid expansion because I really just wanted the water dinosaurs. And I eventually added in the what do you call those? They're like a business. It's like a business meeple, and each player can get kind of an asymmetric worker placement option on their board or a piece of their tableau, like a T-Rex pin, or I can't remember all the different things, but there's like 4 of them, maybe 5, and you give one to each player, or you could draft them or whatever, and it adds a little asymmetry to the game, and I found that to be very fun. I really like that. So that upped the game, and honestly, if it hadn't been for that, this probably wouldn't even be in my top 100. But I really like those DNA die. I would say, as far as dice go in any game, that's one of my favorite dice in any game is those DNA die from Dinosaur Island. And that's probably really super dorky, but that's just, it's one of those things. Like, that would be one of the things that would make it hard for me to get rid of the game. It's like, but I won't have the DNA die anymore. So dumb. But it, there you have it. So I enjoy playing the game out. Huge table hog. I don't like how much of the table it hogs, but the game is still fun. And at this point in where as many games as my family has played with me, I could pull this out, and it wouldn't be that hard of a teach for my family, because a lot of the mechanics are pretty standard mechanics that they're used to, and even though it's over multiple phases of a game, it's not that hard to figure out what you're doing in the game and how the things fit together. So, and it's dinosaurs. I think a lot of people really like dinosaur as a theme. I do. I don't know that there's quite been a dinosaur game that's the dinosaur themed game that is like, this is it. This is it with all the meat and potatoes that I want. But I like Dinosaur Island. Makes the top 100. I ranked like 380 some odd games, so it says something. It's not bad. All right, number 90. Nemo's War. First solo game on here. You could argue technically you can play 2 players, but really this is a solo game for all intents and purposes. And it's a narrative game built around 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea. You have a couple of different objectives. I think there's like 5 different objective types you can work for. You can randomly shuffle, or you can choose at the beginning of the game, and that's going to direct kind of what types of actions you're going to take during the game, because you're moving around the oceans of the world, and you can attack other ships, you can try to avoid other ships, you can look for treasure, you can ignore treasure. There are a number of options for what you're trying to do in the game. You can add pieces to your ship and improve it so that it does things that you want to accomplish in the game better. And there's a large luck element to this game. You're going to shuffle a deck of event cards, and you're going to be drawing these event cards, and you don't know exactly when things are going to happen. There's a little bit of, stage 2 event cards, stage 1 event cards, but any number of things can happen in the game. It's pretty difficult. You are using some dice rolling and dice mitigation to determine your actions. There is enough dice mitigation where you can exert things to improve your odds that make it really fun and intriguing. I enjoy playing this game whenever I play it. Takes some time, it takes a little bit of setup, and it takes some time, and I usually have to reread the rules to make sure I'm playing it right and not cheating. But it is a fun narrative game. I have a hankering to get it out and play it every once in a while and just experience that narrative. And it's one that's pretty easy to play 2 or 3 times in a row and just switch out a few things and, try to, either if I lost one, try to do better the next time around. But it's fun. It's a nicely designed game. Probably not. There are other, I don't know about solo only games. I like this one better than other solo only games. But as far as games that you can play solo very well, this one is probably one of the more intriguing and fun narratives of the game. Now, after probably 10, 15, 20 plays, if I've read through all the story cards and I have all the narratives down, that might be the point at which it's like, okay, this is neat, but it's only as fun anymore if I'm introducing it to somebody else, and I might be ready to move on from the game. But it's still a good game. And I would, if you're looking for solo-only games, or you're just in a place where you don't have people to play with and you're just looking for a fun game to play that, is great for one person to play by themselves, I would recommend Nemo's War. I think it's pretty good. I don't know that it's quite as crunchy, and there's a fairly heavy luck element in the game, so if you're really anti-luck, this might not be for you, but still a lot of fun. So that is my number 90. Number 89 is Raiders of the North Sea. This is my first, Architects. This is the second Garfield game on the list here, and This was way off my list for a long time, and it was largely because I was like, you have to have all the expansions. And I should probably caveat that for a lot of these games, I'm not really... I'll try to call that out if there's an expansion that really makes a difference. So in Dinosaur Island, Totally Liquid makes a difference, and without it, it probably wouldn't make my list. Raiders of the North Sea does not make my list unless you have 2 or 3 of the expansions with it. And I'm not going to be able to call out the expansions off the top of my head. I'll try to add them when I do the edit, post them on the in the video. But there's one in particular that allows you to capitalize on obtaining Valkyrie. Valkyrie will kill people in your boat, but there's one that can really let you get a lot of points off of that, but it's only an expansion. Otherwise, Valkyrie are just not great. But you're Vikings, and you're raiding places and getting resources, and you're trying to build up your crew and collect power so that you can raid more powerful places and get the stuff there, and you can get points through various, turning in of resources in different ways. And it's an enjoyable game. It is not one that's a go-to all the time kind of game for me, but I wouldn't mind playing it again. I don't own this game. I haven't played it in a while. But I've decided that I really did like the game with the expansions, and if it's not to the level where I'm like, I want to go buy it and add it to my collection, because I have at least one other game that does a similar thing that I think I like just as much, but it's like I would have one or the other of these games, but not both. So that is my number 89. Number 88 is a very intriguing game, probably a little lesser known, I think. I have found that a lot of people haven't even heard of this game, and I think it kind of came and went. It was like a flash in the pan several years ago, and that is Black Rose Wars. So this is a battle royale with wizards game. You create this kind of playing field of rooms that are, each room has a power, and then you have your starting room where whenever you get killed, you're gonna basically respawn back in that room, and you're gonna go out, and if a room hasn't been triggered, you can trigger the room and get some kind of ability from it, and then do your character action. And there are 4 different characters in the game. There might be more in expansions. I only have the base game. And there are various and sundry things you can do with your characters depending on what they do. And it's a deck builder. You start with a deck of cards, and you're going to get to do a little bit of deck building at the beginning of the game, where you get to pick cards from any pile you want. In theory, you kind of want to do something that is, synergized. You want to pick cards that synergize well with each other. But there's also, if you get to the center room, you get to pull from a deck of very powerful cards, and you might even say these are like game winners. They're often like one-offs where you're like just going to do some crazy cool stuff. You're ultimately trying to get the most points in the game, and largely you're going to get that by killing your opponents and sending them back to their room where they have to kind of start over again. It's battle royale with wizards, but it's fun. It's a good game, and while it's not the game that I want to pull out and play all the time, I don't know. There's probably are other games like it. I'm sure there are, but this one is one that I find that is playable, and I'm guessing some of the other battle royale type games are probably more sniper kind of games or something of that nature, maybe war games. But I like this one. I like the wizard piece of it, and each of the different characters you can play as in the game are unique, and you could play with one of those and then attune your character to something completely different, because there's actually 6 different decks that you can build from in the game, plus the deck of crazy powerful cards. So it's a pretty, like, go punch your opponent in the face, hard, and do as much as you can, and then really try to go after people. So it's definitely go get you game. But the fact that you get to respawn, you're never completely out of the game until it's over, is enjoyable and fun. And there's some tricky things you can do with the cards that make it pretty very replayable. Lots of replayability in this game. It's an Ares game, so I think it's only sold overseas, but it's a good one. Makes my number 88. All right, moving on. Oh man, are we gonna get through 100 of these? I don't know. We'll see. I might have to go faster. Number 87 is another story-driven game that makes it on here, and that is The Seventh Continent. You're gonna read bits of story which come on cards. It's like a box of a whole bunch of cards. I don't know how many I have 100%. I got the base game and like 2 expansions, and I would say I probably have, I don't know, 500, 600 cards, but they're all numbered sporadically, but they're lined up in the box in numerical order. And so you flip tiles, you explore tiles, you're trying to figure your way off of getting back home or out of this area, and trying to solve the puzzle of what happened and how to get home. And so you're going to hunt. It's got a save mechanism. Basically, when you hunt an area in a game and then you fully hunted that area, it's kind of like there's no other, you can't get anything else out of there. But when you save, it will restock again. You're going to add those cards back into your deck. So you could save and then keep going in a given game and just treat it like you saved or slept overnight. And then animals will come back that you can hunt again the next day. It's fairly difficult, I think. There are a lot of things that can kill you in the game, and you have to work together with your companions to try to solve the clues of what is going on. It is a co-op, so you're not competing with your opponents. You're trying to actively get off this island together and explore different things. So Seventh Continent, good narrative game if you want something that's kind of going to take a while and has some meat to it as far as unraveling a puzzle or a story. I think this has a well-designed narrative to the game, and it makes it flow together well. I like it. Not hard to play. Rulebook is pretty small for how much content is in the game, so I would say easier than something like a Gloomhaven. And I don't know that I would call it a legacy game, because you're not ripping anything up. You're just playing the game. You put the cards back where they got them, and you just kind of keep moving along with the narrative, and you can just reset it and replay it. Although you will know the answer and where things are once you've played the game to its fullest, so it's probably a game you end up trading once you've gotten done with it, or selling to someone who hasn't played it, because I think once the story is all out and you know the answers, it's going to be a lot easier to play, and there's less mystery to it. So that is Seventh Continent. Moving on, number 86. I have not actually technically played this game, so it might be misranking it. I've read the rules a couple times. I think I will like it, but I really got to play it to see, and it partly makes the list because of my intrigue and desire to play it, get it to the table. I own the game, I just haven't played it yet. It's CO2 Second Chance. This is, I don't know if it's Vital Lacerda's first game, but it is one of his earlier games before Eagle Gryphon started publishing them. This one was actually, I can't remember the publisher of this one, but maybe Stronghold. But it is narratively around the idea of you're trying to use natural resources, solar, nuclear, I guess not natural, but more efficient and cleaner sources of energy to power industry and save the planet. If you don't do it over a certain number of rounds, then basically the entire Earth is destroyed and everyone dies and everyone loses. So this is an interesting game where everybody can lose or a person can win. And so if the pollution level hasn't reached an amount that is in the red, I guess we'd say, then a player could win the game based on having the most victory points at the end of the game. However, if the pollution level is driven up, then everybody loses. There's a couple of end-game conditions based on pollution level where it can end pretty quickly. So that's CO2 Second Chance. Hopefully, by the next time I do a video, I will have played it, and I will have more to say on that. But it looks pretty intriguing, and it looks pretty fun. There's a lot of player interaction from what I can tell on the board. I don't know that it has quite as many levers as some of his other games, but again, I haven't played it yet, so we'll have to see down the road. Moving on, number 85 is probably a game that I don't necessarily want to play a ton, but when I play it, I enjoy it. And the reason I don't want to play it a ton is really it's just not my style of game. Social deduction games aren't really my vibe, but it's not that I kind of enjoy them when I am in the mood to play them, and this one's Blood on the Clocktower. And it's just, I've played it a couple of times now. It's really fun to play. It's super engaging. It's if you don't like any social interaction, then you will hate this game. But it is well designed and very creative. And there aren't many social deduction games that I would even consider owning because it's just not what I do. But I would ponder the idea of obtaining a copy of Blood on the Clocktower because I could see there being situations where it's like, that's the kind of game we want to have. We want to do a good, fun social deduction, and I will run the game, and we'll have enough people to play a game like that, and it will be fun. Most of the time, every time I played this game, there's a local game brew pub that we have in our area, and I've just gone there, and they have 2 nights a week that they play Blood on the Clocktower, so I could just go there and play. But it is quite fun, and if you haven't played it, or you have an opportunity and they do it in your area, they play Blood on the Clocktower, I highly recommend go and play it once. Now, I'm calling it a game. There are some games, and this is probably one of them, it's like more of an experience than the game, and you're not going to have a game board, you're not going to have a personal tableau you're building. You will sit around and vote on things, but most of this game is trying to figure out who's lying and who's not, and asking questions and trying to kind of determine who people are, and people are going to tell you who they are, but they might be lying to you. So there's a lot of that in this game, but lots of fun. Moving on, number 84 is a game I've only played a handful of times, but I've enjoyed it every time I played it. It's again one of those games that's kind of like, I don't own it, but I ponder owning it. It's on the edge of my wish list, I guess you could say, but it is enjoyable. It's a bag builder, and this is the Quacks of Quedlinburg, and it's a push your luck game for all intents and purposes. You're gonna build, you're gonna be putting these ingredients into a bag, you're gonna be drawing ingredients out. Once you get a certain number of a certain type of ingredient, your potion, your pot will explode if you push your luck too much, and then you'll get very little. But there's a catch-up mechanism using rats around the edge of the board, so if you're last, you're going to get to do, you get a few extra, draws or something. I forget what you get. You get something extra, but it's a good catch-up mechanism. The first time I played the game, I was like, well, that's a really good catch-up mechanism, so no one feels completely out of the game because they pushed their luck too far. But it's enjoyable, and all the different ingredients that you can purchase to put in your bag score points in different ways, and so you don't want to get all the ingredients. You want to kind of focus in a direction, but you also want to pay attention to what your opponents are doing, because you don't want to necessarily be competing directly with opponents too much, but you also don't want them to be able to capitalize 100% on everything, so you don't want to let them have all the... So there's a lot of watching what other people are doing, pushing your luck, trying to figure out what's the best strategy here based on what I see other people doing and what I want to do myself. So, fun game. It's good. I'm always up for playing it, and it's one that you could easily play a couple of games in a row, and it's a blast. That is the Quacks of Quedlinburg. All right, moving on. Number 83 is Hanamikoji. This is a 2-player only game. You are basically, each player has, I think it's 4 actions that you're going to take in a given round, and there are these cards in the center, and they're worth varying point values. And the actions are, you can take the actions in any order you want. First player will take an action, second player takes an action, they take the same action, they take different actions, but when you take an action, you're going to be doing something with the cards, and you're going to have one card that's secret, and there's it's like this hidden, you never have all the information that your opponent, of what your opponent has and what cards they're going after. So you're kind of guessing a little bit based on the actions they're taking, but you're never going to have all the information. So it's a little bit push your luck and a little bit guess, a little bit of a chess match with these cards in order to try to score the most points in the game. And that there's certain things that if they have that and they get this, then they're going to give that many points. And so I might take a card to keep them from potentially doing that, but maybe they do something that tells me I don't think they have that. And so it's a game of hidden intrigue. That's probably a good way to describe it. Very intriguing 2-player game. I would say it is quite fun. It's not that hard to learn and has some depth to it for a 2-player game that's pretty easy. And I enjoy it and will easily play 2 or 3 games in a row every time I play it. And it comes in a pretty small box, so easy to take with you on a trip, especially if you just want something quick to pull out and play. Doesn't take up a lot of table space. So, Hanamikoji, number 83. Number 82. This one's I wrestled with this one. I wasn't sure where to put it. I haven't finished this game. I do want to. My family tried it and played 3 to 4 scenarios and then petered out. And that's Gloomhaven, Jaws of the Lion. And I really liked it. I thought the characters were, I know when it came out, it's supposed to be kind of a dumbed down version of Gloomhaven. But I didn't feel like it was terribly dumbed down. It was just really good at teaching the game, and then you could use those characters in Gloomhaven or Frosthaven if you wanted. But I thought it was fun. I liked the book where you just open the book and there's your board and you can just play on that. I thought that was really neat, and I still want to finish this game at some point. It's not high on my I'm just dying to get it out and finish it, but I think it will be fun to finish, and I'd really like to find 3 other players who want to play it. I tried with my family, and it was okay. I think they had okay fun, but they were out pretty quick. I think it was too much complexity and trying to work together and synergize together, and I think we like to do things where it doesn't take quite that much thought if we're having to synchronize. So we have some co-op games that we can play, but that is not one that we were able to align on very well. So that is Gloomhaven, Jaws of the Lion at number 82. Number 81, back to Euro games. I've recently obtained this game in the last 4 or 5 months, and I've played the solo. I think I 2-handed it. Haven't played with people yet, but really looking forward to playing with people at some point, and that's Messina 1347. Basically, you're fighting the plague, and I guess you kind of have a tableau, because you can, as you save people, they can come to your tableau, and then they can trigger things, and you're sort of building a little bit of an engine. I would say it's kind of a grindy engine, but a grindy engine. But it is fun and it is enjoyable, and I like the way it builds. It's a little bit, There's some games that I'm like, that looks really cool, and then I play it, and I'm just like, oh, well, that's not quite as cool as I thought it was, but still fun. And this probably falls into that realm. It's like, oh, that's not quite as cool as I thought it was going to be, but it is still pretty fun. And I like the fighting of the plague. I think what I found with Messina 1347, it was a little easier than I thought it would be to fight the plague, and I really want to play with some other opponents where I'm not two-handing it myself or just playing the solo, because I wonder how much an opponent making their own decisions would impact the game. But it seems like there are enough options and there's enough openness in the game that it's not, it's not a lot of blocking, a little bit of blocking, but not a ton. And it seems like everybody will probably have plenty of room to build their engine pretty fluidly without a lot of competition, and it's really just going to be about getting the most points at the end of the game, which is fine. That's fine. So this one, I probably honestly see that one falling down my list a little bit over time, but we'll see. Time will tell. Messina 1347. All right, number 80. We are 20 games in, and that is Love Letter. Love Letter. And when I am speaking of Love Letter, in this case, it is the newer version of Love Letter that has the spies. So you get a couple of spies, and I think there's a couple of ways where another player can end up winning with the queen, or not the queen, the princess. Not necessarily with the princess card, but there's more than one way to get a gem at the end of a round. And Love Letter was fun. I like the original, but this one definitely is a little bit better, and I like that it added the ability to play with 6 players naturally. We sometimes played with 6 anyway with the original, but it is I like the option of where they made it so you can play with 6. And so Love Letter, you have a deck of cards. You're gonna pull one out, so there's like one card you don't know what it's gonna be, but it's out of the game, and everybody's going to get a card, and at every turn you're going to draw a card and you're going to play a card, and you'll do a thing, and you don't know what everybody else's cards are, but you're basically trying to knock everybody out of the round until you're the last person standing. If you get through the deck of cards, then everybody lays their card, highest card wins. And so typically if you have the princess, you're going to win. There's a lot of each card has an ability, a thing that it does. And so I think the guards, there's like 6 of them maybe. You play a guard, it's like the number 1, lowest card in the game, but if you just pick somebody and say, I think you have the prince. If they have the prince, they're out of that round. And then you stay in the round and you keep playing, drawing a card, play a card until there's nobody left except for you. And rounds go pretty fast. I'd say it probably takes us 10 minutes or less to play one round, probably closer to 6. And then, at the end of the round, whoever wins gets a gem, and you just play until all the gems are gone, and whoever has the most gems at the end of the game wins the game. So very easy, very fun to play, not hard to teach. This is definitely a game I would suggest to people who are just looking for something new to play, and that in the realm of games. Did I mark it as green? I did. It is a green. So yeah, Love Letter, fantastic little game. That is number 80. Number 79. We're getting a little further down the list. And I think what I'm going to do, because I can tell that my voice is going to disappear if I go through all 100, I'm going to try to do through the first 40, and then I will have a second video where I'll just pick up where I left off here. Hopefully that'll work. All right, number 79 is Lorenzo Il Magnifico. This is a Euro game, and I think it's Simone Luciani might have done this one. It's kind of dry art for all intents and purposes. It looks very super Euro, reminiscent of like Orleans or some of the games that have art like that. Not going to blow your mind. But the game plays very well, and I haven't tried it with there's another tower you can add. You just basically, in the base game, there's 4 different towers, and you're taking action. You just worker placement, and you're building up your tableau, and you're going to score points in a variety of ways off of a combination of your tableau and, how you're, resource gathering and then using those resources to purchase other things. And a little bit of action efficiency going on there, because if you end the game with tons of resources, you probably aren't going to score a ton of points, but if you haven't spent them well. So a lot of trying to figure out the best option. And when you take a tower, an action in the tower, then you've kind of blocked that space for the remainder of that round until the next round. It just plays over 4 rounds, and you are trying to either build out your fields or buildings, or there's like a nobles, or there's like 4 different pieces or card types that you build on your board in order to try to score points in various ways or collect resources, because I think the fields you build out are actually collecting you resources, and then there's these yellow cards that give you they don't give you resources, they make your actions better or something like that. But each card color does kind of a different things. I believe purple were like end game scoring points. But it's a kind of a engine tableau builder, action selection, worker placement game. It sounds like a mishmash of a lot of things, and it is. But it's fun. It's an enjoyable game to play, and it's probably more on the complex side, but once you learn the game, it's not really that complex. It's just trying to make everything work together efficiently. So it's an efficiency race to some degree. But that is Lorenzo Il Magnifico. I can't remember how I think it could end up landing. So that is 79. Number 78 is a deck builder. Pretty much a pure deck builder, but there's a couple of elements to the game, and that is Taverns of Tiefenthal. And I definitely recommend this one with the Open Doors expansion. The base game is not bad, but the Open Doors expansion adds some elements that make it more engaging and fun, and allows you to do a little bit more with the cards you have in hand. And you're basically, you have kind of a tableau, and it's got all these different pieces to it, and when you upgrade pieces of the tableau, you can flip them over, and then they'll do things better for you. And you're going to be drawing cards, and you're going to try to seat guests at your tables. You start out with a deck of 6 guests that are not the very best and don't offer a lot of money or options, so you might try to get rid of them from your deck, or you might just try to create enough opportunities or enough seats in your bar where you can, you have a place to sit them, because you can add tables to your tavern. And you basically, every round you're going to draw cards until your tables are full, and then you can't draw any more cards. So you can either try to maximize the value of the guests that are seated at the table, or you could try to just have enough seats where you can just keep seating everybody until you get through most of your deck. So seems like most of the games I played where people win the game, they are able to get through their deck a couple of times in the game, drawing through everything. But it's fun, and it's one of those games where I feel like there's some strategies to continue exploring, and I haven't fully explored them all, but I enjoy getting this out and playing it and seeing what I can do with the various options in the game. Wouldn't say it's a sandbox, but I think it has a little bit of depth to it. And moving on to number 77. This is a game that I think it started out a little higher on my list. I don't know. Might move up. Might move down. Probably more likely to move down or just stay where it is. I don't see it moving up as ton. But it's essentially a race. It's like Magic the Gathering, the race. I don't know if that's a good description or not. Res Arcana is the game. And you are racing to 10 points. And you're going to get artifacts, and you're going to have different actions you can do, different items you can purchase, monuments, items, artifacts that you pay elements from your hand to play them into your play area, and some of them are worth points, some of them just do things for you to help you do other things in the game. You're going to try to ultimately probably be going for these high-level point cards, and you want to get those into your area because those are going to score you not only some points by themselves, but they often score you points for other things in the game, like how many of a certain thing you have. And there are dragons you can recruit, and they can attack other players, and they give you some points. It's just a race to see who can get the most points the fastest in the least number of turns. And I say Magic the Gathering because you're using mana, blue, green, red, black. Maybe there's yellow, gold. Gold is like a wild, I think. And I feel like I'm missing one. Maybe I can't remember. I don't know what I'm missing, but I feel like I'm missing one. But it feels a little bit like Magic the Gathering, but in a board gamey sort of way and not a trading card game. It's fun. It's a fun game to play. Pretty quick. I'd say probably an average game might take 30 to 45 minutes, depending on if you have to teach it or not. But it's a good game for finishing the night out, I would say. Or if you're just trying to get people warmed up to gaming, might be a good game for that as well. Alright, number 76 is a game I've only played on BGA, but I do enjoy it, and I wouldn't mind playing it in person sometime, and that is Yokohama. Basically action selection, but you have to you have a tableau of cards that kind of looks like a bowling alley, because I think there's a few at the bottom, and then they spread out. There's a center area where you have to pay a coin to cross that area. But basically, when you take your actions, you can only place workers next to where you placed a worker before, I believe. And so you kind of have to, as you move around the board, you have to think about, how do I want to plan these actions out, and what order do I want to take them, and build up resources to then purchase things to get point cards and upgrade other aspects of your, I guess, tableau. Although I wouldn't really call it a tableau builder, because everything really takes place in this area, and then you have your, I think you have a player board, and then you can get more workers from your player board that you can then use, because when you put workers on the cards that are or the tiles that are your actions, the more workers you have on an action, the more powerful that action is. So there's an element of that, and you're trying to get as many workers down before you trigger an action, so you trigger it at a higher power typically, although there's probably some other strategical elements to that. This is one of the games I've probably played it 4, 5, 6 times on BGA, and I feel like there's probably more to the strategy than I have played enough to be familiar with. So I would like to get better at it. It's lower on my top 100 because I don't necessarily have a huge draw to do it all the time, but I come back to it in the right mood, and I think it would be one of those games that I'd love to see explained in person. I think that could unlock a chunk of how I view the game as opposed to just playing it online. And I have read the rules, but there's something different about playing online a game that I have not played in person. I feel like every time I play it in person, it's just something clicks with me a little differently, and I'm like, now I see how this works a little better. It has worked the other way too, where I've played games in person multiple times and I play it online and I see people playing a different way, and I'm like, oh, interesting. I never thought about doing that action that way. So it goes both ways. But that is number 76, Yokohama. Number 75, very classic game. I don't play it very often. I can't even remember the last time I played this game, but I do like the game, and that is Scrabble. Scrabble, I like word games, and Scrabble is a fun word game. It is classic. Sure, there's probably some luck with the letters and all that, but I enjoy the game and like playing it whenever I get to play it. I don't think I've ever played this game and not enjoyed it. Usually, if anything, I find myself trying to be nice when I've played this game in the past, because I usually play it more aggressively than I think people are used to, or at least the people I've played. I'm sure there's some pretty aggressive Scrabble players, and I think if Becky played Scrabble the way we play Boggle together, she would probably destroy me 9 times out of 10. But it's Scrabble is kind of like an area control game with words. I guess is an interesting way to describe it, which is funny because I don't really gravitate toward area control games, but I like Scrabble. I think it's because it's the word thing. But anyway, fun classic game. Sticks on my top 100. I can't remember if it was on there before, but I decided, it should be on there. It's a game I really like. So, number 75. Number 74 is the next social deduction game, and that is the Resistance Avalon. Like I said before, I'm not a huge fan of social deduction games. Not that I don't like them, it just doesn't favor my personality. I'm more of an introvert, and I like games where you kind of multiplayer solitaire is just fine with me. I like a little interaction, but not a ton. But I like the Resistance Avalon because it's not a long game. I love the Game Brain podcast, and I love their banter about Avalon and the different things that happen in that game. I enjoyed listening to that. I was kind of disappointed when they were like, we're going to limit our talk of that. It's like, oh man, I like the talk of that. That's half the fun, is listening to those interactions and how different players reacted in different situations. I enjoyed it. But, so be it. I still like Game Brain, even though they don't talk about that as much. I like their discussion of games and how their game nights go. So the Resistance it's nice, it's short, it's not blood on the Clocktower. It's not going to take you 3 hours in an evening. It'd probably take you 45 minutes to finish a game of the Resistance, and I like the Avalon characters of Merlin and sort of the Percival and those characters. I think that's more enjoyable than other options that are out there. So that is 74. And moving on to 73 is Welcome to the Moon. I like Welcome to. Welcome to is quite fun. Welcome to the Moon is almost like you can do a campaign. You can play each of the maps individually, but it's pretty fun. I mean, it's like Welcome to, you're drawing and flipping cards, but it has a little bit more, like there's some development to it, and different, you can unlock different things as you go throughout the game, and if you play the campaign, there are even more bits and pieces that can unlock. So it's got a level of complexity that even playing a number of games, it takes me some time to wrap my head around it. But it's not hard. It's just you have to put a little bit of thought into it in making your decisions. I'd say it's harder than Welcome to, the base game. Welcome to is a much easier flip and right. Welcome to the Moon is a flip and right, flip and draw, flip and circle. That is, it just adds a level of complexity. But it's fun. I enjoy it. I haven't played all the different scenarios in the game, but every player gets it's like a try erase board, and so it's just got a lot of replayability. I like the fact you don't have to have a pad of paper that you have to then try to replace later on. And we haven't played the campaign yet, so we're hoping that with some friends of ours we can play the campaign, and looking forward to that. Number 72 is a 2-player only game that I have gotten in the last year, and I think it's moved down the list a little bit because it's not as it's a little drier than I thought it was going to be at first, but that doesn't mean it's not fun. I still like it, and I still enjoy getting it out and playing it, and that's Beer and Bread. And you are playing against your opponent. You're trying to make an equal number of, well, I shouldn't say equal number. You're both making beer and making bread. who each, there's different values of the types of beer and types of bread you make, and at the end of the game, the lower value of the two that you made is going to be your score. So if I focus all on beer and I make 30 points of beer but 10 points of bread, bread is the score that is going to go up against my opponent's lowest score, and then that's the winner. So you have this tension of trying to build them roughly at the same level throughout the game, and then hoping that you can do the best job of your opponent. And other thing I like about the game is whenever you get ingredients that you can't fit in your area, you have to give the other ingredients or offer them to your opponent, who can either accept them and put them in their storage, or they leave the game. But Beer and Bread is a pretty unique game. The other piece of it is like every card is triple use. So we hear a lot about double use cards. This is triple use cards. So you're either going to use the card to gain resources, you are going to tuck the card and it's going to enhance an action on your board, one of the 6 areas of the board, I think 5 or 6. It's going to make something better in your tableau, or you can build the card. You can basically produce that beer or bread and it goes into your warehouse. So there's some really interesting and intriguing tension points in the game that I like. But it makes my number 72. Number 71 is, I think of this as a 2-player game, but it's a 4-player game. And it is just, I found out about it on BGA, and it is just an enjoyable game to play. And that's Chakra. Not hard, very simple. You get these gems. You can store them in different areas on your player board, and you can move these gems up and down. You're trying to align them by getting 3 gems of the same color aligned with the appropriate color area of your board. You're going to score points either from those alignments. It's the points at the beginning of the game are largely secret, although you will know one and your opponent will know one, like what one color scores and what another color scores. So you kind of start the game out kind of knowing these are the colors I want to go after, or these are the colors. If you end up getting one where you're like, oh, that's only worth 1 point, then you might want to, not go after that color in the game, or have it be of, less value to go after. Now, the other catch is once you've aligned a chakra, it's like the green is kind of in the middle, then you can move you don't even count that chakra when you move stuff past it. When you're moving your energy up and down, you skip that as far as counting that as a place that you're going to, because you have the actions that you can use on the board will allow you to move your chakras up and down to align them, and anything that's aligned already gets skipped over. But if you have 3 different color cubes or not the same color cubes in one particular chakra, then you can't move anything through there. You have to get those cubes spread out so there's an open space, because there's 3 spaces on each one. So not sure how helpful that was in describing the game. Probably not very, but it is a fun game. It's light, it's easy to get out, easy to play, small box, and I just enjoy it. Ever since I started playing it on BGA and tried it out, I was like, this is a lot of fun. I enjoy it, so ended up adding it to my collection because it's one I can get my family to play. Number 70 is a game I haven't played in quite a while, but I as much as I don't get it to the table, I can never get myself to trade it away because it's got a couple of elements that I really like. One is it's a little bit of history, and I like that. So games that have some level of history to them I enjoy, and a lot of the cards in the game have some interesting bits of information on them, kind of like Wingspan tells you about the birds. This one tells you a little bit about the people in the game. That's Lewis and Clark: The Expedition. There are some elements of the game that I like. The way that you store things on the boats and get the boats, I feel like is a little choppy and not as smooth as other games, but I like the way the different characters in the game offer a vast array of adaptive action elements, because you're racing up a river, and it's got a deck building element where you're using cards in your hand to either gain resources or to take the action on the card. You start with like your 4 or 5 basic cards, maybe 6, and as you go through the game, you kind of want to replace those cards with better versions of those cards in order to race up the river. But certain cards get you over certain pieces of the river. There's part of the river that's just regular water, and then sometimes you have to go over like mountainous areas, so that takes longer. And then there's like some other piece of the river that I think is even different than the mountainy pieces. I want to say like waterfalls, but I don't think that's right. And you're trying to get to the end and be the first one there. And or if 2 people get there on the same turn, then whoever's furthest ends up winning. But it's a really intriguing racing game. I like it and have enjoyed every time I play it. And there's so many cards. I say so many. This is not like Ark Nova. It's not like there's 200, but there's enough cards in the game that I feel like you can play with a slightly different strategy every time, depending on how you build your deck, which I think is enjoyable. That is Lewis and Clark, number 70. Number 69 is more recent to my list. I started playing on BGA, and I'm still have mixed feelings how much I like it. I'm not really sure yet, but I've played it several times, and I kind of keep playing it because it's easy to play, and that is Villagers. It seems fun. It seems easy. There's some level of complexity. I can't tell if it's one of those games that, like, once you've kind of figured out, the best method to play, you can just run away with it until everybody is at the same level. Or at one point I thought, well, it seems like if you get the most buildings or the most food, you're likely to have an advantage. But I haven't yet determined how much luck really factors in. Like if you're playing Villagers and you just, as you play the game, the opportunity never comes to you to draft an extra building card, because they're always taken before it gets to you, and no new ones come out, and that's just bad luck, and you just don't get to build as much as other players. You're going to lose because other players are just going to have more point opportunities. Or if there's some kind of other mechanism in the game that I haven't really fully figured out, that like you can, even in that situation, you can overcome that, and you can still create some things that will give you points. Maybe it's playing a card that other players have to put coins on in order to get their cards built, or something of that nature. But it makes my number 69, Villagers. I like it. All right, number 68 is Stroganov. Now, Stroganov is a game that I thought I was going to like it more at first when I got it, or when I first saw it. And there was a point in playing it where I was a little disappointed. I thought it ended up being a little weak in how it played. But it never, I think it's from the same designer as Gugong. And Gugong was a game I played it once, and I was like, oh, I don't really like this game. Like, it just, the way it all worked together, it just didn't quite sync with me. And it was too choppy and weird, and I didn't really have a desire to play it again after playing it once or twice. I was afraid that Stroganov was going to end up being the same after a play or two. But then one of the things that I discovered, I mean, it's in the rules, but it's one of those things that, like, sometimes you read rules and you're like, you don't realize how important something is until you've played the game a couple times. And that was how to use the horses in Stroganov. And there's just like an economy around the whole horse trade system in Stroganov that really it really drives a lot of the engine in the game, and makes it possible to accomplish more things if you know how to manipulate that horse market. And there are other things you can do in the game, but that is understanding how well that works, because it's like a lot of free actions that you don't take actions for, and it makes the game interesting. One of the things that really makes the game, I think, shine is its art is gorgeous. It's reminiscent of Scythe art to some degree. I don't think it's the same artist, but it might be. But it's very similar, very beautiful art. I like setting up the game because it's just beautiful to watch the game board get created as you set the pieces out and you set pieces on top of the pieces. A little bit fiddly, so some people might not enjoy it because it feels a little bit fiddly, but I like it. I think it's fun. Even the animal tiles themselves have their own little economy that if you do a good job of manipulating that animal tile economy with the horse economy, you can really do a lot of interesting things in the game, collecting points and trying to put things together and get your what do you call it, your czar through Siberia. So yeah, it's an enjoyable game. Probably gonna end up being somewhere in this realm on my list. I don't see it moving up or down a ton. If anything, it might move down, only because it's not as good game-wise as other games. And if I don't pull it out, that's sometimes why. It's like, well, I want a game that's a little more mechanically fun, and this has a few areas, there's like gaps in the mechanics, I think, that aren't quite as fun as other games, but it's not, I don't not like playing it. I probably would not be as high on my recommendation list as other games. So that is Stroganov. And moving on to number 67. This is a game I play tested, and it should be arriving in the next couple of months. And it is a solo-only game. I think it might be the highest solo-only game on my list, and that is Halls of Hegra. I really enjoyed playtesting this game. I played it more times than I was asked to play it because I was having so much fun playing it. I probably did about 3 or 4, maybe 5 videos of this game, and it is a lot of fun, and there's a lot of different paths to take in trying to defend the Halls of Hegra from the invading Germans. And there are 3 stages to the game, and there's different waves of, well, the first stage is really not an attack wave, it's more you're building up your resources in different ways, but you can't do everything. So you got to choose, do I really chase after getting as many workers as I can? Do I try to increase the morale of my workers? Do I try to dig stuff out of the snow so I have more action spaces? Do I try to uncover some of the anti-aircraft guns? Things of that nature. There's a little bit of a bag building element, so every time something is destroyed, it goes, you put a token in the bag, and it can potentially, you want things to go into the bag to some degree, because that's where your damage comes from, and if you at any point can't draw anything from the bag when you're supposed to take damage, you lose the game. So you want to build up the bag so there's more things that can be pulled, and there's a few good things you can get put in there which can help you out. Most of it's bad. This is not what I'd call an easy game. I never beat the game when I played it, which may not be saying much. I'm not the best at games, so my never beating it doesn't necessarily mean anything. But I thought it was hard, and there have been other hard games I have beaten. This one I was able to get to like the last turn of the game, but always lost at least on the very last turn. So very tough. I do think this is a solo-only game that you could play with another player and collectively try to make those decisions together, and it would be a lot of fun to do that. Because it's like you're sitting in the bunker with those people making the decisions, trying to figure out what do you think the next best thing is we should do, and then you make the decision, you execute it. As your soldiers get injured, there's a hospital area they go to. This is in the game where waves of players can come in, and the German soldiers are coming in and attacking you. You might get shot, you go to the infirmary, you have a lot of tension with which actions do I choose. Some things take multiple workers, some of them take certain types of workers, and it's a very complex and challenging decision-making process to get, to try to get to the end of the game. To even get to the third stage can be difficult at times. So that is the Halls of Hegra. Highly recommend it. Number 66 is a game that I'm currently playing with some friends on BGA, and I played it. I learned it on BGA. I ended up adding it to my collection. I'll tell you what I hate about it first, and then I'll talk about things I like about it. I hate that it's in such a huge box. I hate that. I wish it was in a smaller box. I wish the player boards weren't quite as big and it didn't take up quite as much space. It's just such a weird shaped box. It takes up a odd position on my shelf. However, it's a fun game, and that is New Frontiers. It is essentially Puerto Rico with a Race for the Galaxy theme. So I like the theme a lot more. Puerto Rico had a few some weak points, although I liked it. It wasn't. There's something about it. There's some part of the game that was kind of like, oh, that's really more. It was more aggressive feeling. And New Frontiers is like ironed out the awkward pieces of Puerto Rico with the Race for the Galaxy theme, and it's like a race for points, essentially. I don't know that there's a point value because you play to the end of the game, but the end game triggers are all the settlers run out, all the victory point tokens run out, or someone completes their entire planet board. They've got their player board. You have a player board with room for 7 planets to be populated, and you've populated them all, or your entire development board is filled. So there's like several elements, and it's like it starts out as a gradual build, trying to figure out what do I want to build my military up? Do I want to try to make money and buy developments? Or, there's lots of different, I shouldn't say lots, there's a few different options for how you can chase that victory condition. You can get a lot of the victory points during the game, or you might just collect a lot of victory points with in-game victory points. There's different elements, and it's pretty, especially if you have equally competitive players equally balanced, it can be very tight, the points at the end of the game. So a lot of it's just searching for an edge here or an edge there. But it is a game where, I pick an action, I do it in action, I get a little bit of bonus for picking the action, and everybody follows. So if you've played Earth recently, similar to that, where you pick a main action, you get a little bit more powerful, but everybody who follows gets to do something. And New Frontiers is kind of similar. Now the difference between that and Earth, you can do everything simultaneously, but in New Frontiers, you do the actions in order. Everybody takes their actions in order because it matters a little bit more in New Frontiers. But it's a fun game. I like the mechanics. I like the play. It's easy to play. It's got a smooth set of mechanisms that I really feel comfortable with and enjoy. So that is my number 66. Number 65 is another 2-player only game, and it is similar to Ohanami in that there's hidden information, but this is Air, Land, and Sea, and I like the base game. I haven't played the expansion, but I don't usually feel the need for it. I like the base game. Really, you got a deck of cards. Each player gets 6 or something, but you have a lot of the deck is left, and you're not going to know what was in that deck. I can't remember if you take cards out at the beginning or not, but you have air, land, and sea. It's these 3 arenas of battle, and you are playing cards to these arenas, and you're trying to win 2 out of 3 of those arenas. And sometimes you can make your opponent flip cards. Sometimes you can make point values on cards higher or lower for you or your opponent. A lot of times there's an advantage to actually going last, because you can sometimes really manipulate you have the last manipulation piece of the battle. Going first has the advantage, I think, of you are maybe able to duck out of the battle, and you're playing toward 12 points, I believe. And so if you win outright, you get like 6. But if you leave the battle early, you can only give your opponent a little bit less than the 6. They can end up with like 2, 3, or 4 points. But that is Air, Land, and Sea. And also an easy one. Very easy to teach. Very small box. Easy to take on trips. Number 64 is feels like a 2-player game, but it's a 4-player game. And again, small box, easy to play. It's Ohanami, and you're going to be playing your cards into 3. Basically, you're going to build 3 gardens, and it's a deck of cards. It's like numbered 1 to like 120. And whenever you play a card into one of your gardens, the color of the card won't matter as much, but it has to be played in numerical order, going up or down. So, you know, an example of a terrible garden would be one that I put like a 2, and I put that 2 right on top of 100, because now I can't play anything in between 2 and 100. I could play a 1, and I could play anything above 100 as long as it went numerical order going up. But once you've played cards, you cannot place a number between 2 cards that are played. You can only go above and below. So makes for an intriguing dynamic when you're drafting the cards, because that's basically you get to pick 2. When you draw cards at the beginning of the game, everybody draws, I think, 10, something like that. Maybe depend on player size. And you're going to pick 2, and you're going to hand the others to the player to your left. And that's how you draft the cards. And then as soon as you pick your 2, you then put them in your gardens. If you haven't created 3 yet, then you would add them to the gardens you have. But if you don't like the way those are going to look with the numbers you just drafted, you can start a new garden. And you score points in various ways. I think green cards will score every round of the game, but they only score 3 points. So a green card played in round 1 will then score 3 points in round 1, 3 in round 2, and 3 in round 3 for a total of 9 points. I think it's 3 rounds. It might be 4. Blue cards are going to score in round 2 and 3, and gray cards are only going to score in round 3, and pink cards don't score until the end of the game, and you see how many pink cards you have, and you score based on the number of pink cards you have, which can be a huge point scorer. Pink cards are kind of the magic in the game, because you have to draft them, or one person will run away with all the pink cards, and they will almost for sure win the game, because you can score a ton of points if you get like 15 of them. So you want to draft them to keep other players from getting, but trying to figure out the timing of when to draft those is really challenging, because they don't score points at any other point in the game. But that is Ohanami. Fantastic card game. Number 63 is one that we all learned in the last year, and that is Skyjo. Fantastic kind of a tableau card game where you have cards that are numbered, I think, 1 to 12, from -2 to 12, and you start the game, you shuffle them all up, and everybody makes a 4x4 grid in front of them. Is it 4x4? It might be 3x4. You're going to make a grid of cards in front of you, and I think it's a 4x4 grid. It might be 4x5, and you are, every turn, and you start the game, you're going to just pick 2 cards and flip them over. So you have those 2, and you have a draw deck, and then there's a discard deck. So at the beginning of every turn, you can either take the top discard off, and you can replace a card in your tableau, or you can replace a card that you haven't flipped in your tableau, and then put that card on the discard deck. The other thing you can do is just draw blind from the top of the deck, see what you get, and you can either choose to discard that card, or you can replace one of the cards that you flipped, or you can replace a card that you haven't flipped, and then you put that card you're replacing onto the top of the discard pile. Then the next player has that choice of discard pile or draw blind, and then they are either going to discard the card they just drew blind and then flip a card from their tableau, or they're going to replace something. So your goal is to have the lowest score at the end of the game, and so you're really just trying to get your tableau to score the lowest. Now, some interesting tricks in the game that make it a little bit more fun. Say I have a couple of 10s in one of my columns. If you have a column of cards that has all the same number, say I get a third 10 in my column, I think it was a 3x12. If I get a third 10 in my column, then I can discard that entire column, and it goes to the discard pile, and I have essentially reduced my overall score by doing that. One of the things that can happen sometimes that is a bad thing, say you have some -2s and somehow you accidentally got 3 -2s in a row, you discard all those, well, you probably just added to your score because the negatives were taking away from any other positives you might have in your tableau. So it makes it some interesting dynamics in the game. It also influences, I don't want to discard anything that's negative for my opponent to get, because then that makes it easier for them to lower their tableau. So some good player interaction. Skyjo is a fantastic game. Probably one we'll be taking on trips with us and such, because it is easy to pull out and play. Number 62 is Root. And this is another one of those games that I don't get to play very often, but I will not trade it because I really enjoy the dynamic of the game. And that's saying something, because I don't even like battle games in general. Area control battle is not my thing, but I love the asymmetry and the type of forest creature battle that Root offers is fun and engaging, and it plays pretty quick. I think a game of Root can probably, I feel like it's like an hour is probably a fair estimate, especially if everybody knows how to play. And I have 2 expansions, the Riverfolk expansion, I think it's Riverfolk, and the Lizard People, whoever those are. So there's 6 different factions, 6 different types of characters you can play with in this game, and it is a lot of fun. And there's some other elements to the game that make it more dynamic in ways that you can win beyond just area control, but it's really not that hard to play. I still have it marked as a red because learning the game is probably more complex, but once you know how to play and you understand how the different factions operate, it's really not that hard to play, and it's actually relatively fast. But probably not for people that don't like any kind of gacha, because there is a decent amount of gacha in Root, and you just got to be prepared for that. Number 61 is Welcome to, the base game. Yes, I actually have it higher than Welcome to the Moon. And at one point, I did not. I had them flipped. But I like the streamlined simplicity of Welcome to. Simple flip and right. If I am trying to bring something that is just fun to play but easy to introduce, Welcome to is a little bit higher on the list, a little smoother to teach than Welcome to the Moon. And while I probably prefer, I don't know, I'd probably, long term, I'd probably prefer Welcome to the Moon. But I think Welcome to has a slight edge of just more streamlinedness, and that's Welcome to with no expansions. I'm just talking the base game. You start adding expansions in, I'd probably say it becomes more like Welcome to the Moon, and I might even say that one's better. But base game Welcome to, very easy to engage, very fun to do. It was one of the games that we played over when everyone was quarantined in COVID. We were able to play just via pictures and texting over one of the players that had it, and we just sent in what we wanted, and they flipped for us, and we were able to play the game that way, and it was a lot of fun. So good, solid flip and right. Number 60, and I'll probably I might be wearing a different outfit in my next. I'll do the rest of this video at another time, because it is taking me a long time to get through these games, longer than I anticipated, and I am hungry. So number 60 is going to be Blood Rage. I do not own the copy of this game, but I would not mind owning a copy of this game, although I don't think I've got it on my wish list. But it's another battle royale to some degree, but I like the simplicity of it. It's not real hard to engage, and I've played it a couple of times on BGA. I've played it, I think, once in person, and I like it. It's an enjoyable game. It's not too terribly hard to teach, but I think there's a little bit of depth and strategy, kind of a chess-like nature to it, moving your characters around on the board and trying to figure out a strategy that's going to score you the most points at the end of the game. some crafty area control bits and pieces, and a little bit of tableau building. It's a fun game. I for a game that is not in my, as far as game style and mechanics, is not high on my list for the type of game that I like. The fact that it, again, like some other games here, it makes my list at all is because I think it is well designed and fun to play. Now, I haven't played any expansions, so I don't know expansion-wise how much that would influence things, but I think just the base game in and of itself is quite good. So, number 59 is Codenames. And again, kind of it probably falls in maybe a classic party game category. If you've never played Codenames, you're going to have, there's a lot of cards in the game. You're going to pick I think it's a 5x5 grid of these cards, and you have two teams. You probably need at least 6 people for it to be, reasonably fun. And you're going to pick one person on each of the teams, and they're going to be the clue giver. And so there's another set of cards in the game that only the clue givers see. And each team, one team will have to have 8 words. They'll be the red, let's say that's the red team. They'll have 8, and the other team will have 9 words, I think. I think it's 8 and 9. And so let's say red team is trying to get 8. So if the blue team has 9, then blue team goes first because they have 9 words. And then one of the words in this grid is going to be the assassin. If either team guesses that word, then that team loses. But the way it works is let's say we'll just use the red team as an example. They have 8 words, so the clue giver is going to look at where are the 8 words in this grid based on this card. The card's kind of just a picture of the grid. It doesn't really matter what the words are. It's just the card shows which words are your words that you want your team to guess. And they're going to try to come up with clues. So say they came up with a clue that they're hoping their team will guess 3 of the words from the clue. So they'll say the clue they're giving, which is one word, and then a number. 3 in this case, because there are 3 words, 3 clues they think that they can get their team to guess. Their team will start guessing, and it'll go back and forth that way to see which clue giver can get their team to guess all of their clues before the other team. And as soon as the team has reached the final clues, then they win the game. So the one of the catches in the game is that the team that's guessing is allowed to give one more answer than the number that the clue giver gives. So in that example I gave, if they said the clue 3, the team guessed 3, they could guess another. Now you probably wouldn't want to do that early on in the game, but as the game goes on, your team might miss some clues, and so they can utilize that. We got one more guess. We can try to make up for the guess we missed the last turn. But you go back and forth. It's a really fun game. It's really hard on the clue giver because it's difficult to come up with clues, but it's a phenomenal party game and group game, and I think it's good. There's a little bit of downtime while the clue giver is trying to come up with clues for their team, but to me it seems like it's, once the game gets going and people are guessing, it's fun to just kind of guess as you're going through the game. At least we found it's fun in our family. So, moving on, number 58 is Dominion. I don't know if it's even pertinent to say Dominion 2nd edition, but it's a 2nd edition if it matters. I have probably 3 to 4 expansions to Dominion, and I haven't played it probably in a couple of years now. It's been a minute, but I do like it, and it's one of those games that I just have not been willing to get rid of because I like the makeup of the game. I think what I really like about it, pause to take a drink for dramatic effect, is you have all the potential cards. There's there's a whole bunch of sets of, I think it's 10 cards, give or take, that you could use. You're going to pick 10. 10, I think it's 10 sets, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. I haven't read the rules in a while. But you are going to take, you know, however many numbers of sets of these cards, and they're going to form little decks, and you'll be buying those in order to add them to your deck. And what I like to do is take it's like the selection cards, where it's just a special card. It's not included in the decks. It's like separate, so that when you're selecting which card you want to use, you can just look through it and, oh, we're going to use this card, yada, yada, yada. I like shuffle those, pick out, 9, 10 random, whatever it's going to be, and then select the decks that are going to come out for that particular game. Why do I like to do that? I like to do that because I like the randomness of no one knows which cards are going to come out. No one knows, are we going to get cards that synergize together well, or are we not? And either way, it's fun. Like, if you get a bunch of cards that don't really synergize well together, just, okay, how can we figure this out? How to make something synergize a little bit on the fly to win this game, even though maybe these cards don't fit well together. And I think it's fun. I like that aspect of the game. There's also coins that you can add money to your deck, and, you know, increase the amount of things that you buy via the money. And excuse me. And then you have Dominion cards in your deck, which are your point scoring cards, but they do nothing else. So these aren't the kind of cards that do two things. They do one thing. They either get you stuff, or it's either a card that gets you stuff and does stuff for an action, or it's a card that gives you money, or it's a point scoring card, but none of those do both things per se. Although I think in some of the expansions there's a few variable kind of options, but I think it's a good pure deck builder. And I'm not going to say it's the best deck builder, but I think it's a good one. And if you're just trying to, like, what's a good deck builder, Dominion is probably a go-to that I could recommend to people, because it's not that hard. I have it yellowed as a yellow dot, because it takes a little bit of, you know, figuring out, but the base game, not that hard. Number 57 is one that I've learned in the past year. It's FYFE, FYFE, and this is this is kind of one of those just like math, I don't know if math puzzle's the right word, but you have different, you know, I'm trying to get I'm trying to get these symbols all in this row, or I'm trying to get one of each different symbol in a row, or a combination of, you're trying to get different patterns of things organized in certain ways on your player board, and then you're going to score based on where you put the fifes, the point scoring pieces, which could vary from game to game. It's a pretty easy game to play. It's very light, but has a lot of crunchy, thinky things, and it's one of those things that late game, you're either everything's going to come together for you, or you know, via probably some bad luck, you could end up just with a cruddy, you know, like, oh, that all didn't work out. And I guess you could argue it's a little bit of push your luck to it, because the way you set up your system of how you want to score points, there's probably ways where you can set it up and you can, like, guarantee yourself points in certain ways, and then there's other ways you could set it up where, you know, I'm not guaranteeing myself any points, but if it all works out for me, I will get, like, a massive amount of points, or, you know, maybe it all falls apart and I get, like, hardly anything. So pretty interesting puzzly game. I don't own it. A friend of mine had it and introduced us to it, and it was great. I like it. I would certainly consider adding this to the collection down the road. Number 56. Probably not old enough to be considered a classic, but could be moving into that realm, possibly. I don't know, maybe not. feel free to argue the point on that in the comments. Everdell is my number 56. This is a game that I'm often up and down on. Sometimes I love it. Sometimes I'm like, I don't know. And it's one of those that, like, I like the base game, but I also like the expansion stuff. And I don't often play the game without the expansion stuff. But there are times I've kind of pondered, like, do I kind of like the base game by itself just fine? But it just takes up a lot of space. That's probably setup is a little bit of a beast for Everdell, and it takes some time to set up. But I enjoy the game when I play it. I really like the tableau building element of it. It's pretty. It's got enough crunchiness to it, and it's very cute, and the art's very pretty. That I enjoy the process of playing the game, the mechanics in the game for the most part. It's got some. There's something about it that's a little. I call it grindy. When I use the term grindy, I kind of mean like I feel like I'm grinding the gears a little bit to get to something I'm trying to get to. And sometimes I think sometimes the luck element. I've played a couple of games where, I'm just looking for some kind of basic kind of card, not even like a special card, just a basic, like, I need one more production card. And we'll go, two seasons, no production cards. And it's like, well, that was no good. Or there weren't enough coming out into the main area that I was able to, from the meadow, plus nothing in my hand. And it's too many turns with no production cards to play that it would be frustrating from that standpoint. And so sometimes games that don't have something built in where you absolutely can get cards you have to play somehow can be they tend to fall further down my list. And I think Everdell tends to be a little further down the list because of that. Like, I think there's a little bit of that in the game, and that's not always going to happen. I wouldn't even say that's usually going to happen, but it can happen. I have had it happen to me, and it's enough that it's like, well, I typically will gravitate to other games, but every once in a while, I want to play some Everdell. And it's a game that I would, especially if we're just playing the base, I'd consider playing a couple of games in a row if it's just the base. All right, moving on. Number 55 is another dinosaur game. I don't know if this will surprise or not based on other games I've mentioned here, but it is Draftosaurus. And I really kind of struggled where I wanted to put this on the game, but this is a fantastic short filler game. And I apologize if anybody doesn't like the term filler. I know some people kind of don't like to think of games as being a filler game, but I don't mean a filler game in a bad way. I just mean this is a great game. It takes a very short period of time to play and has enough crunch to it that it's fun. And Draftosaurus is just a nice, pleasant game. You could easily play 2, 3, 4 games in a row. It doesn't take a lot of time. And you're just figuring out where to put, you're drafting dinosaur meeples. I love the drafting element of it, where I draft a dinosaur meeple and I put it in my park at whatever appropriate location matches the die roll for that round. And I see how many points I can get over the course of the drafting. And I think it's fun. You can watch what other people are doing in their parks. You can sort of, do I want to draft something because I'm afraid somebody else will capitalize on it too much? Or do I draft for my park? Or do I really work hard to try to draft between both those things? What takes away something from another player but also gives me a benefit in my park? This is a green game. I think this is easy. Anybody can play it. And if you're looking for something to get into the board game hobby that's a little bit of a modern flavor, I think Draftosaurus is fantastic. You could probably play with younger kids too, because you don't necessarily have to, be able to math everything out to figure out, to have fun playing the game. It's like, cool, I'm just going to draft dinosaurs and put them in my park where they're supposed to go. I don't care, how many points it scores. I like Brontosaurus. I'm just going to draft Brontosaurus and put a bunch of Brontosaurus in my park. But yeah, that's a good, colorful, kind of a vibrant artwork, cartoony dinosaur kind of game. But number 55. Number 54 is parks. I have been kind of all over, but with parks, I think it's been further down on my list, maybe the last time I did one. But I like the national park aspect of it. I think the art is very pretty. I like the idea of hiking along the trail and you're picking up these tokens that you're turning into visit parks. And I have one expansion. I have the Nightfalls expansion. I think I have 2 expansions for parks. I think I have Nightfalls. Is that the only one? I feel like I have 2, but I know I have the one that has the tents. I can't remember if that's Nightfalls. You know what? We have BGG right here. Let's look up parks and see what the... So I have Nightfall. I do not have Wildlife. That's the one that I'm missing. I do want to get Wildlife to add it to the mix, but it's not like... This is kind of one of those expansions where I'm like, if it rolls down the pipe somewhere on sale for like $10, I'd snag it. 20 seems like a little bit high because it's a very tiny small box expansion. I don't know that it adds that much to the game. But Nightfalls, definitely I would recommend. If you get parks, I feel like Nightfalls is almost necessary for the game to rank this high on my list, because particularly the season cards, the point scoring cards, are a little bit different. Like basically the Nightfall point scoring cards replace the ones from the base parks game, and they're better. They're just better. And the tent action adds a level of depth to the game that makes it more fun. Now, what I will not recommend is playing at 5 players. It plays 1 to 5 players, and that could be fun for some, but like it says here, best at 2 to 3. I would agree. 2 to 3 is probably the best player count to play at. We sometimes take this on trips with us. I enjoy playing it. But 5 players, we tried one time, and it was like, I don't know. Did we play at 5 or did we play at 4? I thought we played at 5, but we might have played at 4, and it still took us forever. So I would definitely say 3 is probably the max you really want to play at. But beautiful art, fantastic game. I enjoy it quite a bit. Number 53 is Azul. And I am going to say that Azul, I might start popping these into BGG here and looking them up. Now I have this copy of Azul, the main game. I kind of want to get the chocolatier version because my family likes chocolate, and my understanding is it's exactly the same as the base game. It's just with chocolate decor in the game. So I really like the idea of that, and I think my family would get a real kick out of that. So I'd be inclined to, at some point get this version of the game and then trade it away, trade the other one away. It looks similar. It just looks like bits of chocolate in the game. So it's pretty interesting looking. I don't think I would need both copies, but I would be curious to really try and play this one and make sure it's exactly the same as the other one. Maybe I'll try it at BGG-Con this year and then see from there. But that is Azul. Now the next one, number 52, is one that I kind of think slides under the radar for some, and that's Raiders of Scythia. This is a Garfield Games, and this is essentially Raiders of the North Sea with expansions in one box. So if you were going to pick between these games, when I mentioned there's 2 games that are similar earlier, and I probably don't feel the need to have one if I have the other, this is the one I have. And if you get Raiders of the North Sea, I do feel like you have to buy at least 2 expansions to go with it for it to be the complete game. Raiders of Scythia feels like all of that together. And I think it's not exactly the same because you don't have Valkyrie in Raiders of Scythia, but if there was one thing that I thought was kind of missing is that element is gone. The Valkyrie, you can still kind of get some pieces in play where losing a crew member works to your favor, but it's not quite the same as Raiders of the North Sea, and if you particularly like that mechanic, I would probably go with Raiders of the North Sea. But Raiders of Scythia is, I think, a little easier to set up and play, and what it adds is you have your crew of 5. Well, you have a leader. I can't remember if North Sea had a leader, but you have a leader, and then you have your crew, and you can add horses to add power, generally speaking. Sometimes it's just victory points, but it's generally power. Or you can add eagles, and eagles will either add victory points, or they will let you take an action that you could normally only take in a certain place on the board, or they'll let you use the cards a bit. I think that's where they give you the action. Like a lot of cards, you can discard the card to take a one-off action, and the eagles let you use that action as an action from the town center. And I think they can also double the power of certain actions in the game. So eagles add some versatility. Horses, technically game-wise, add versatility, but largely add power to your attack power when you're raiding cities. So pretty good game, pretty good production quality, and I think it tends to slide under the radar. I do like the art of the North Sea better than the art in Raiders of Scythia, but that's kind of a personal preference. Some people might like the Raiders art slightly more. Next up is number 51. This might be the last dinosaur game on the list. I'm not sure, but it is Dinogenics, and I lucked into this game. I've been looking for it for a while, kind of waiting for a Kickstarter to pop up, and one of our local used bookstores that they also sell old toys and video games and records, and I mean it's probably the very best used bookstore you could ever imagine. They have a used board game section, and people come in and they'll buy the board games and they resell them. And I found Dinogenics for, I want to say it was probably $60. So pretty much paid the cost of the game, but at the same time, I think just buying it outright, it would have cost me $60 if I bought it brand new, and I was thrilled to get it. Most of the places I've seen it online, it's going for over $100. So I was excited to try it. I do want to get the expansion. I've heard that is a absolutely phenomenal add to the game. I can't remember what the expansion's called. Oh, let's see. Let's look it up. Dinogenics and Controlled Chaos. So I'd kind of like to get that and maybe some metal coins. I've heard they're going to have I think I emailed Ninth Haven and they said they were going to do a Kickstarter campaign later this summer. So hopefully I'll be able to add the expansion and some coins to the game. I 3D printed a insert that would allow for the expansion as well as the base game. So we'll see, but it's worker placement. It's a lot like Dinosaur Island. It is different than Dinosaur Island though, because in Dinosaur Island you're using the genetics dice, and that's kind of your main collecting. In a certain phase of the game you're collecting materials, and then another phase you're doing these other things. And Dinogenics, there aren't as much these select phases where you do certain things. It's worker placement, and it's pretty much all worker placement. There is an event phase that can adjust your events, but it is a little bit more like a viticulture type of worker placement than the kind of worker placement that Dinosaur Island is. So I like Dinogenics a little bit better. I did get to play a second game. I played a first game with 5 players, and that was fun. I wasn't sure what I thought of it after that. I think we got a rule or two wrong. The second game I played, and it was good. I liked it more playing it the second time, but definitely saw the value of trying to add in another expansion, some of the Control Chaos material to add some layers and some more action spaces to the game. I think what was really interesting, playing the second game, I used the manipulation cards more, which are kind of these cards you draw during the game that, for all intents and purposes, they break the rules. Sometimes they can kind of mess up other players a little bit, but they will always give you a benefit, and those I found to be pretty fun. The catch maybe was, I know at one point in the game I went and gotten a couple of those because I was like, I need a little bit of an edge, and I ended up getting 2 that were not helpful. One I already had and I couldn't use it, and then I got another one of those that I couldn't use, and then there was another one that was like, this is not what I'm doing in the game, in this particular game, so it wasn't helpful for my strategy. I think that deck, and it could have benefited from there being no duplicates. Kind of like the encounters in Scythe, there are no duplicates in the encounters in Scythe, and while there are similarities, I don't think there's a single encounter in Scythe that's a duplicate. And I think the encounter deck or the manipulation deck in Dinogenics would have benefited from there being no duplicates in the deck. Everyone does something unique and breaks the rules, gives you an advantage, but nothing that would be like the same card twice. But that's kind of nitpicking. It's a fun game either way. I ended up creating a park in my last game where I was able to generate a lot of goats. So I had like, I don't know, turn 3 or 4 in the game, I had like 10 goats in my supply, which was kind of funny. They all got eaten, but it was enjoyable. All right, moving on. Number 50 is, I would say, probably a classic at this point, or it feels like a classic. It's Clank. Now, I have not played Clank Catacombs, and that is on my wish list. I'd like to play it. I've heard that is the way to go. But I like the base game, Clank. It's enjoyable. I have an expansion or two, and it's a lot of fun delving into the dungeon. I think I would like Catacombs better because of the ability to, like, you don't necessarily know where you're going and you're revealing tiles, and that seems like a definite benefit to the game. To go that direction. So haven't played it yet, so I can't rank Catacombs, but once I rank it, that might adjust where Clank, the base game, falls. Not sure that I'll get rid of it, but if I get Catacombs and it seems like, oh yeah, this totally replaces Clank, then I might consider trading or selling Clank. But for now, I like Clank. It makes number 50 in my list, so it is right there in the middle, and it's a pretty solid game. Was not ranked this high when I first started doing these lists. When I first started playing, I was kind of down on it because I like Dominion so much better. It's funny, my tastes have changed, and a couple years later, I actually like Clank slightly better than Dominion. So there you go. All right, I think I skipped some on my list here. We're on 49. Are we? Yeah, that was 50. We're on 49. 49, classic game, sort of, although I'm saying Big Boggle is my number 49. Technically, you could say, in fact, I'll even write it on the card, Boggle or Big Boggle. Either one is fine. I wouldn't care. I played Big Boggle for the first time sometime in the last 6 months. It was a lot of fun. And I would probably go Big Boggle, but I wouldn't mind regular Boggle. I love word games. I can tell you, this is one of the reasons I know I don't mind losing games. My wife Becky plays. She's very good at Boggle, and I would say for every 10 games we play, she will beat me at 8 or 9 of them. I very rarely get a win, but I love playing the game. It's just so fun. Just looking for words and hunting for them and trying to come up with a list. It's fantastic. And I could sit and play. I mean, we used to always, I think when our first 10 years of marriage, we'd sit down and play this, and we would almost always play 3 to 5 games in a row. And I probably could play more, but, you know, we had other things we had to do as well. So, but we don't play this as much as I would play it, but we'll probably play it some more this summer. It's lovely. Love Big Boggle. We actually found friends who like Big Boggle. I don't think we had ever met people that enjoyed Boggle as much, and we finally found some gaming friends that really like playing Boggle, and so I think we might be able to get it out more. That's probably been one of the dynamics that changed, is we used to only play games together. We were the only people we knew that played games, so we'd play Boggle a lot. And now that we know some other people, we tend to play other games with other people who play games. Not many of them play Boggle, and Becky's good enough at Boggle that she either has to not try, or it was playing with other people. It was just she was too good at finding words that she would destroy everybody. So I had to have a conversation early on, like, nope, you can't let me win. You have to try your hardest, because otherwise I'll never know how truly bad I am, unless you beat me soundly every time that you can. So anyway, that means I lose by a lot most of the time, but I have fun. It's a blast. So that is number 49. Number 48. I've never played this in person. I've only ever played it on Yucata, and that's kind of the UK version of BGA, I think. I might be mislabeling that. Maybe it's not really a UK version, but I think of it as a UK version. But it has Underwater Cities, and I probably played, let's see, I learned the game because I got an opportunity to play with Paul Grogan, and I wanted to not look like a complete buffoon playing. So I got on Yucata and I played like 30 games, but I probably played that much because I was having so much fun. I just enjoyed the process of play, and it was a blast, and I would love to play it in person. I wouldn't mind owning this one, and I just haven't had the opportunity yet, or been in the room with somebody who had the game. So I'm fine with Yucata for now, and but Underwater City is a very pleasant game with the card system in the game. I think really makes it shine, and it I guess it's kind of like a tableau building sort of system, card driven system. I don't know if it's card drafting, because it's like action selection, tableau building, card selection sort of thing, but it's a fun game. I'm not sure. I've had other people compare Underwater Cities or suggest it to me who liked other games, but I can't remember what other games they were suggesting that in lieu of. Maybe like Viticulture or something like that, but it's not like that. I think Underwater Cities stands by itself and just a very solid, good game. 48 this year, but I could see it moving up potentially if I get to play the physical copy with people and engage a little bit more in that avenue. I could see it moving up the list possibly. Number 47 is Clans of Caledonia. This is one that has been higher on my list, and I don't know. It's hard to say. I like a good economic game. I think Clans has this slight choppiness to it, where it's a lot about the contracts and getting those contracts fulfilled. And I might be thinking of the solo version too much, but I like the contracts, but I also like what you can do with the various clans in the game and the economy that they can build. And there are times I have felt it's a little more narrow, like the path toward victory with any given clan is kind of a narrow trajectory. And I could be wrong about that. Could be I just need more plays. But it's fun to play. I have like a pretty blinged out version of Clans of Caledonia, and I still enjoy it. And I love that it's this like complex economic game in a box that's way smaller than most games of that complexity. But it's still on my top 100. It's still a good game. It's not one I want to trade or give up, and I do think it's one that like it's one I feel like I enjoy getting out to explore. You know, let's just play this game. Let's explore the dynamics of the economy we can build in this game. It's a lot of fun. So, number 47. Number 46, kind of an economic game in a way. I am not sure if I'd call it an economic game per se, but it is Orleans. And this is a bag building worker placement game. Maybe some action selection, so to speak. I guess all worker placements are sort of like action selection. And you have a big map on one board where you can travel around and you can gather materials, resources. And then you have another board where you draw workers out of a bag. You have like a random bag. You can get the workers through certain actions and you put them in your bag, and then when you draw, you know, whatever number of workers you're allowed to draw based on other factors on the main board, because there's a certain, I can't remember which worker type, but there's a certain worker, and the more of them you get, or the more spaces you get in this one place, the more you can draw from the bag during your turn. And then you can place the workers you draw, but different actions require different combinations of different worker types. So think like Paladins of the West Kingdom. A little bit like that, where you take certain workers to do certain things. And it's just kind of a slow gathering of resources to try to accomplish whatever path toward victory you're trying to take. So you can get buildings to add to your tableau area, where you can take more actions using certain types of buildings, and you can try to accentuate your ability to travel around the map and collect materials. You could be trying to collect a certain material because that's going to give you the more points for some reason or another. But Orleans is a pretty fantastic older Euro game. 2014, that one's been around. I don't believe I have any expansions. I've got some upgraded bits for it, but no expansions. So I would like to get the expansion that could add a 5th player, but I have not yet just had the opportunity to do that. So, all right, number 45 is what I would call the best deduction game, the purest deduction game out there, in my opinion, and that is Cryptid. It's not, I mean, the cover on the box is pretty, is nice enough, but the game art inside is fairly bland for all intents and purposes. It's got some color to it so that you can recognize what you're doing, but it's not like overly exciting. But the game itself, it plays very nicely, and you're gonna put together a map. You're gonna draw a card that's gonna tell you where to put things on the map, and then which clue each player will get that are randomized. So no one knows what other clue a player has, but it basically each player knows where the cryptid is or is not to some degree. And I say is, they don't know exactly where they are, but they might know that the cryptid is in a forest or within 2 spaces of something, or yada yada. It could be any number of things, or they know that the cryptid is not in 1 or 2 different land types. So you're gonna go around giving clues or guessing or asking opponents, is the cryptid here, and seeing if their clue helps you determine where it is, and it also helps you determine what other people's clues might be. So there's sort of an easier version that uses only like positive affirmations, as far as it doesn't have the reverse of various options. And then there's kind of more of an advanced version that it could be the reverse of that. You know, the cryptid is not in these two areas versus it is in one of these areas. I'm probably not explaining that well, but hopefully that makes a little bit of a sense. Really fantastic game. 3 to 5 players. You definitely have to have 3. It says here best at 4, but I really think 5 is fantastic to play. I think I've played it at 4 and 5. Loved it every time I played it. Great game. Number 44. This one started out as I was okay on the game, but I played it on BGG some more, actually after I owned the game, but then they put it on BGG, played it on BGG, and I started to see how other players would play the game, and I'd be like, oh, that makes more sense. So this is Isle of Cats, and it was the blue lesson cards that just threw me when I was playing the game with my family, and I was like, why would I ever do some of these cards? It's just going to help other players out too much. But the more I played online on BGG, the more I was like, oh, okay, I see how people are doing this. So I just wasn't quite bright enough to figure it out on my own there. But it's a lot of fun. I really love the tile Tetris like placing of cats on a boat and saving the cats and trying to figure out how to score the most points that way. So it's a lovely little game. It's very pretty, very colorful, and it's good fun to play. So that is my number 44. The borders on almost being a green game, but had to give it a yellow. Wasn't a little too complicated for somebody just starting out, but it's so colorful and fun. If they really like the cats, I might get it for them anyway. All right, number 43 is Spades. No, it's not Spades. Just kidding. It is The Crew, The Quest for Planet 9, which is basically playing Spades co-op. And if that doesn't make any sense because you've only ever played Spades and you've never played cooperatively and you can't see how that could possibly be done, but you love Spades, then I recommend The Crew, The Quest for Planet 9, because it is a blast, and it is like 50 different missions that you can play through, and then there's an expansion to it that I think it's called Mission Deep Sea or something. The Crew Mission Deep Sea is the expansion. I have not played that one, but I've heard it's just a little bit more complexity to the original. I've honestly only played like a handful of missions in this game on the Quest for Planet 9, but I love it, and kind of hope my kids will get into it in maybe a few years when they're a little older, because I really like the interactive combo piece to it, and there's not a ton of games that I feel are that good with what do you call it, co-op. There are good co-op games out there, but this is one of the better co-op games in my opinion, and how that co-opiness doesn't feel too choppy. And I know a lot of competitive games out there that they tend to throw a co-op version on. Viticulture is the first one that comes to mind, where it's like, well, I just don't have a desire to play Viticulture as a co-op. I'm sure it's probably fine. I just have no desire to do that. Now, that doesn't mean that one day I might not play it with a group of people and find out, oh yeah, that was fun. But it's just not there. There's a co-op version for Architects, and it's like, well, I can take it or leave it. Don't really care. But Spades, Mission, The Crew, with Spades, fantastic. It works great. I love it. All right, so moving right along. Number 42. Game that this is one of the few games, I rarely do this, but it's one of the few games that I traded away, and at the time I traded it because I couldn't get my family to play as much as I wanted. But I'm sad that I did, because I really love Ethnos, and I want to get another copy of this. Now, I've heard there is another game coming out that is like a version of Ethnos. Let's go to my wish list here and find it, because I'm 90% sure it's on here. A little lower than I thought. Archaeos Society. So I've heard this is like a better version of Ethnos, maybe. I have yet to be convinced. Spice Base Cowboys, Paolo Mori. Is Ethnos from the same folks? Let's see. That's Simon, same guy, different artist. So I honestly didn't think that the art for Ethnos was the worst. I thought it was okay. Could it be better? Sure, but I didn't think it was the worst art personally. I'm not sure what I'm going to think of Archaeos Society. I'm curious to see how well they re-implement that. But I did like Ethnos, and I probably want to try Archaeos Society, so I'm kind of on the edge where, like, if you gave me the choice today, wait for Archaeos and see what it's like, or I'll give you a copy of Ethnos now, I'm not sure. It would be tempting either way, because I thought Ethnos was fine as it is. But I kind of want to try the Archaeos Society and see how that plays out. I'm not sure when that one is supposed to come out. Let's see if we have any news. Files, stats, ratings. We go to the forums here. Variability. Crowdfunding or standard release. What's it gonna be? I'm guessing it'll be released standard. Being released in June, so maybe it won't be kickstarted. It'll just be a retail release, and if it's June, that's going to be very soon. So that's exciting. Well, cool. We'll see. Number 41 is a very fun game, Anachrony, and so this used to be higher up my list, and I like it. I have found that I like it more now, having played it on BGG a few times and getting to explore it a little bit more and explore the dynamics of the base game. Now, personally, I like playing the copy I have with some of the modules that are included in the Exosuit Commander Pack, particularly the Adventures module. I think is really good, and I like the Exosuit module as well. I haven't played Doomsday module, but I would love to try that sometime. And this is a fun game. I was attracted to it because it had time travel in it, and I thought that was really cool. And the time travel is really like a loan system where you're borrowing and then you have to pay it back later. But it's fun, and while it seems very tit for tat, well, I borrow it, pay it back, why not just avoid doing it? There's some points you gain in the game by doing that multiple times, and the more you do it, the more points you can get. And it's a reasonable number of points, but there's also the element of building up your tableau with more buildings that give you better and more varied actions. So a lot of it's really just creating an action efficiency engine where you're trying to balance the number of workers you have with the number of actions you're taking. And then there's like an escape piece of the game where you can kind of do a one-off, get a bunch of points doing the escape action. And it's you have to do that before the capital collapses. Basically, if another player takes their escape action, or even before they take their escape action, they just make the capital collapse before you can take yours, then you don't get those extra points. But you do have to work for those points, and they can be hard to get. Okay, so moving on to number 40. Number 40 is a game that came out, I think, this past year. Maybe it was 2021. but it is Carnegie. And I was fortunate enough to get to buy this from a friend who had a nice Kickstarter copy of it and decided they needed to move on to make space. And this is a game that's kind of grown on me over time. I wasn't sure how much I like it. I played on BGG a few times, and I was like, that's okay. But I do like the game. It's very creative. It's very well designed. It is got some good complexity to it, and I still haven't fully grokked the process, so it's 2022, of how to play this game most efficiently. I taught it to one of my friends who now pretty much destroys me at the game every time we play, but it's fun, and I enjoy the process of the game. So it's a good, well-designed game, not an accurate reflection, or even a reflection on the actual guy Carnegie, who I've heard was not the greatest guy, but colorful, beautifully designed, lovely game to play. So that is my number 40. All right, moving on. Number 39 is a game that I learned on BGG. I don't think I've ever played it in person. Would like to. Wouldn't mind owning this game eventually. And that is Barrage. It is a game in which you're basically trying to channel water down a series of dams and score points on kind of how that flows down the dam. It's fun to try to figure out, and it took me a couple of plays to really figure out what the heck I was doing. Part of it is because I was just learning while I was playing, and then as I read through the rules, I started to, okay, I gotta do the X, Y, and Z. It's definitely a game I'd like to play more, and I think I have a friend who owns this game, so hopefully once they get settled, we'll get to play this a little bit more often. But it's an enjoyable game, and has a lot of fun interactive elements to it. And I think each player board is a little bit different. You start with each start with kind of an entrepreneur or something, and they have a special power, and so it adds an element to the game. I haven't because I'm playing on BGG, I'm not really paying attention that much to other people's boards and what they may be trying to do, and so I do feel like I've been playing it like it's a multiplayer solitary game, but I think there is some strategy to seeing what other people are trying to do and trying to work either against that or figure out how to use that to your advantage. And I haven't really tapped into that aspect of the game. So good game though. Made my number 39, so it was fairly kind of landed higher on the list than I thought it would, to be honest. I kind of thought this one would have landed lower, but I ranked these games, and then I sorted through them pretty carefully after I ranked them, upping and downing some of the things, because the Pub Meeple ranking did a pretty good job, but then there were still some things that I felt like were out of whack, so I went back over it 2 or 3 times before it ended up where it is. So I do feel like these are pretty accurate. Moving on, number 38. Oh, we're getting close. We're well over halfway there. Number 38 is Firefly the game, and I've owned this game for a while. I have the Blue Sun expansion and the Caladessa expansion and one of the ships, and I think the game I got was a used copy, and it might even be missing one of the original ships, so that's unfortunate. But I actually got the expansion ship to replace it, and I'll be honest, I kind of think that ended up being like a ridiculous like crazy, it's like you couldn't find it now kind of ship. It was this jet wash one, and I got this ship just because I thought it looked cool to replace the other ones. I'm kind of thinking if you go try to buy a copy of this, it's like ridiculous. $48, and it's just a ship that has a few pieces to it, but it's not like a crazy, doesn't add a ton. It's more the ship itself than anything else. And I feel like I've seen it go for even more, but that might be the only one available right now on whatever website that was on. I love playing it. Pick up and deliver game. Might be the only pick up and deliver game on the entire list here, but I like Firefly. I like the series. I feel like playing this game, it's like being in the show, which I think is fantastic. Great thematic work on game design, and I kind of think it's underrated as a game. I don't hear people talk about it a whole lot, and it is kind of one of those, you got to have 5 or 6 hours to play. It takes some time. What do they say here for gameplay? Do they have a time listed? I don't see it. Oh, let's go to Firefly the game. Firefly the game. Yeah, I'm curious if they actually put a time flag. 2013, man, it came out a while ago. 120 to 240. That's accurate. It's what is that? 2 hours. I think 2 hours would be quick. If you could play this game in 2 hours, maybe the base game, but when you add all those expansions in, it takes me like an hour to set up. But it's fun. A lot of fun. Okay. Moving on to number 37 is Viscounts of the West Kingdom. Now, this used to be my highest rated Garfield game for a while, but I've kind of decided it's good. I like it. I enjoy playing it every time. But I don't think it's my favorite anymore. But this is you're playing kind of on a rondel action selection deck building or deck development game, and there's a lot of complexity to it, but it is a very good design. It's got very pretty art. There are some good fascinating mechanisms working together in this game, and it's funny, I like all these West Kingdom games, but I feel like I struggle with them, with how to play them well. I don't know that I always play them very well, but I do enjoy this one. I like it a reasonable amount more than I like Architects. Even though I feel like I understand Architects more, I feel like this one I can actually play slightly better. But yeah, it's a good solid game. Easy to get out, easy to play, very good production value. Viscounts. What's after Viscounts? We have number 37. We're at 37. Wow, we're moving pretty good now. Number 37 has moved down my list over time. I don't know how far down it will move. It's a game that I have a hard time. I always have a hard time moving on from games that have kind of a unique aspect to them, because if I haven't seen it in another game, then I'm just like, well, I just want to play this more. And this one is Coffee Traders. Coffee Traders is a little choppy in that they have you only play like 3 whole turns in the game, I think 3 rounds, and you kind of go through each stage of the game. It's kind of like Dinosaur Island. They have stages, and you figure out, you complete each stage and do certain things in each stage until you finish the round, and then you go to the next round. There's only 3, so you're kind of accomplishing a decent amount in each round. But it is it's very there's some collaboration piece where you're building these plantations, but you want to work with other people a little bit, because the more plantations in a given section, the more coffee is produced, and you're going to send folks to gather coffee, and there's always this tension of, do I start the coffee? Do I initiate gathering coffee? Because you get a little bit of bonus that way, but you have to pay 2 coins, and 2 coins are hard to come by in this game. You got to really work for the money in this game. It's easy to spend, and it's hard to get back, and if you use your bonus supply of money, then you have to pay that back at the end of the round. And if you can't pay it back, then you get like negative points or something. But it's an enjoyable game. I've enjoyed playing every time. It's very pretty when laid out. It looks very nice, and it's got some complexity, and the gameplay is unique enough. I don't know that I've seen anything quite like it anywhere else. So that is one of the things I really like about Coffee Traders, is the unique gameplay. Lots of setup. It can take a while to set up. I ended up I did a 3D print that I could put it away a lot quicker and set it up a lot quicker, so it's a little easier to set up than it used to be. But there's a lot of bits and pieces to this game. But very nice, excellent game. That kind of if you now, I like coffee, and I wonder how much I like it because I enjoy coffee, and I like the a game that kind of highlights some of the coffee business per se. And so I think this does that a little bit. But yeah, there you go. Coffee Traders plays best at 4, I think. I'm curious what they say here, though. I've played it at 5, and I've played it at 3. You can't really play it at... You can play it at 2, but it's probably not ideal. It says best 4 to 5. I would say 4. 4 is best, in my opinion. I feel like 5, we tapped out resources pretty fast. But I also know that I have not played the game enough, and I have not played it with others who have also played it enough to really have a full grokking of the game. But there you go. Good game. Number 35. This one was tough to rank, and I really like this game. It comes in a small box. It's super easy to bring everywhere, and my family will play it. And I love breaking out and teaching other people to play it. And it's a fantastic co-op, and that is Regicide. It's just a deck of cards. You could honestly play this game with a deck of cards if you knew how to play. Although I like the art, and I appreciate, I want to support the industry and the person who came up with this game and was willing to design art and put it on a deck of cards. But you are jacks, queens, and kings. You have to defeat all the jacks, all the queens, and all the kings. Basically, you have to kill the royalty. And each suit is a power that it gives you it's like a bonus in the game, so to speak, in addition to the number, the amount of damage you're doing to whichever entity you're battling against. And the suit you have to use those suits to really enhance what you're doing. But if you're battling the character of that same suit, then you don't get the power. So a lot of the tension in the game is sort of, trying to battle these different entities and being able to avoid the suits, but as they go up to the queens and then the kings, they do more damage to you. And whenever they do, they don't really do damage to you. You just have to defend against their damage. So you have to discard a numerical amount of cards equal to the damage they are doing. So by the time you get to kings do 20 damage, which is somewhat mitigatable. If you play a spade on one, then the spade will reduce the amount of damage they do for everybody that you're playing with. So say I play an 8 of spades on a king of hearts. That king of hearts normally would do 20 damage to me, but I play the 8 of spades on it, so it's going to do 12 damage instead of 8. So I just have to discard up to 12 worth of cards instead of 20. The catch is that, that king of spades comes out, I can't reduce that damage. So I have to kill that king of spades as fast as I can and deal with the damage. So pretty much whoever you're playing with, you're going to have like one round before you're out of the game or it's too late. So kind of hard to play. I mean, there's a little bit of luck involved for sure, but a lot of it is really trying to work well together with your teammates. And if you have 4 people, you don't need 4 people. You can play solo all the way up to 4. Say you have 4 people, and if you can collaborate really well and work very well together, you have much better odds of winning. It really only takes one person who's really struggling to figure out how to create synergy with other people that can really make it a hard game for you to win, because say that person is just kind of playing their own game in the corner. They're not paying attention to how many cards people have in their hand. Maybe they're in a situation they could play a diamond, but they're like, well, I'm just going to do as much damage as I can. They don't play a diamond, and the next player only had 1 card in their hand. Well, then you can end up losing the game because they're not saying, oh, I see 2 players that need cards. I better play a diamond and then take a little bit of a hit so that I can get get my teammates cards in their hands so that they can work and help defeat this king or queen or jack, royalty, whatever. But anyway, that's Regicide. Fantastic game. Highly recommend it. Number 34 is a game that I've only fairly recently been playing on BGG, but from the first time I played it, I thought this is a very satisfying game to play. Kind of an engine building sort of game, trying to work your way to the most victory points, and that is It's a Wonderful World. I definitely don't feel like I've really fully figured out how to play this game to the best of my ability, because I've played against some people that really do a fantastic job of it on BGG, or BGA, but I really like the game. It's a Wonderful World is super pleasant, and I would love to eventually get a copy of the base game. Again, I'm actually giving away a copy of It's a Wonderful Kingdom, but that is a different game. It's a 2-player only game, and I want It's a Wonderful World because I'd really like to play this game with 4 players, and I think it's one that I could easily get 4 players to the table on a fairly regular basis. And I have a ton of other 2-player games that I really like, that I enjoy, and would rather play this with others. So that is It's a Wonderful World. Number 33 is a rowdy game that came out, I believe, this past year, and we would hear people at BGG screaming, playing this game, having a blast. And I actually bought this game last year. When I first saw it, I saw somebody play it on one of the game channels I was watching. I don't know if it was Dice Tower or something else on YouTube, and I saw the game, and I'm like, that is the game I need to get to play with our family over Thanksgiving holiday. And so I bought it, and I just kind of tucked it away until Thanksgiving and brought it out, and it's Ready, Set, Bet, and my family loved it. There were a couple of people that came from out of town that they played it, and I could tell they were a little like confused. And they don't play games, so for folks that don't play any games, it was a little bit much. But for the now, not all of my family plays games, but they play enough games that this was not outside. This was fun. This was not outside their wheelhouse, and they had a blast. And I love calling the horse race, because you're basically rolling dice, and then based on the dice roll, the horses on the track are going to move down the track, and then during the course of that happening, people are placing bets on which horse they think is going to win. They have a certain number of tokens that they can use to bet with, and then once they're done betting, then they're just waiting to see who wins the race, and you have to have all your bets in by a certain, once 3 horses have crossed this red line on the track, you can't place any more bets unless you have like a rule breaker card or something. And you get and so yeah, I'm just rolling dice and calling out horses, and I love doing that. It's a lot of fun. If you're the dealer, there's an app you can get that can actually do the horse calling, but it's less exciting than me calling it. And so you can also, as a dealer, there's these little these things you can put on where you can kind of like guess. You can basically hedge you can kind of determine which horses you think are going to win before the race has even started, and you can try to, either get lucky and score a lot of points that way, or you just kind of take a gander at like playing the odds and trying to get some kind of a medium amount of money based on odds, and see if you can just come out ahead. But usually somebody always wins who does really well betting, so it's hard to win as the dealer. But a lot of fun, fantastic game. Hard to recommend that game enough. It's very, very good. Definitely a green. I don't think it's hard to play at all. There's a VIP cards that can add a layer of difficulty to your, or some extra betting options, things like that, but not hard to play. All right, number 33. I looked for this game for a long time before they did a re-implementation of it, and used to go for like $300, very hard to find. I don't even know when the original came out. Now I'm kind of curious, but it is Rococo. I have the deluxe version, and it's a lovely little dressmaking game. It looks like the first one came out in 2013. It didn't take very long for it to go out of print, and I have the deluxe version, which actually has a couple of expansions, particularly the jewelry box expansion, which makes income a little bit more dynamic for sure, and adds an element to the game. And it's a fun game. It's a little, there's something about it that could be a slightly dry element, but not enough that it's not fun to play. Very beautifully designed art by Tool. The dresses are fun, the coins are fun. Action selection, area control to a large degree, and a lot of areas to fight over on the board, and a lot of some crunchy decisions to make during the game. In a lot of ways, a lot of very basic mechanisms, but probably what makes the game really sing to me is the card selection. So it's a little bit of a deck builder. You could go the whole game and never add to your deck, but then you would never get some of the more powerful cards. Each round, I think there's 7 rounds in the game, so each round there's a new set. That's the timer in the game. There's a new set of cards comes out, and they get more and more powerful as time goes on. The last couple of rounds, you get point scoring staff that you can hire into your deck. Your deck is your staff, and you start with kind of just an average group of staff, a couple of masters, a couple of journeymen, a couple of apprentices, and they get into the game. Some of them you might want to hang on to, some of them you want to just discard and replace with others. But different, the masters can do any action in the game, journeymen can do most except for 1 or 2 actions, and the apprentices can only do like 2 or 3 actions in the game. But the apprentices have better bonuses, journeymen slightly less than the apprentices, and masters, the starting masters, have no bonuses. But even throughout the game, when you hire new ones, the masters have less of a bonus than the bonuses that come on the others. So you have some tension there with that. When you start at your starting deck, and a lot of like deck builders, you just draw randomly. And this one, you get to look through all your cards, and you're going to pick 3 that you're going to use that round. And the other ones go into your discard pile, and then you use those 3. The next round, you have to use these first that you didn't use the last time, but then once you've gone through your entire deck, you can, reshuffle, and then you draw from, the ones you've already used earlier in the game. Works really great. Fantastic game. Highly recommend it. It's not going to be for everybody. There are some, like I said, there's a little bit of a slightly dry element to the worker placement, the action selection piece to it. Some might not feel like there's enough depth to it that it's really going to grab their attention. So I think in that regard, it might not be for everybody. But I really enjoy it, and as far as a game that's got a little bit more complexity, as far as can I get some other players to play this game that's a little bit more complex, but not terribly complex. This one I think is a little bit easier to engage people in, a slightly higher complexity of game. So there you go. Moving on to number 31, a game that I was very dubious about for a long time until I got to play it, and I was like, ooh, that was pretty fun. And then I wanted to play it more, and I eventually found a copy on sale and was like, okay, I'm going to add this to my collection because this is pretty fun to play. And that's Libertalia, Winds of Galecrest from Stonemaier Games. First time I saw this game, like in playthroughs online and such, I was like, I don't think I'm going to like that. That looks too... depends on other people and what they're doing too much. And then I got to play it in person. A friend of mine had it, and it was pretty fun. I liked the sort of pirate-themed idea of I'm trying to get the most I can out of this, and I'm going to mess with other people, and there's a lot of guessing. There's a decent amount of luck, but it's kind of in a good, fun, enjoyable way. Now, if you go into all games with a very serious, like, I'm going to do the math on all this kind of mentality, this might not be the game for you. But if you like a good, fun, let's see how much I can get out of this, and enjoy the process of randomly, you're picking a card on purpose, but everybody displays their card, so you never know exactly where you're going to be in the lineup. You could be trying to go toward the end so that you get the first pick of treasure on the board, but maybe other people end up picking the higher card in that deck or the same exact one, and so then it comes down to reputation order. So very interesting game, and certainly one that there's enough variability because each round you only have 5 or 6 different, maybe 7 different characters you're using, and everybody has the same characters. And it's not until the later rounds of the game where people can have held back a character that they never used and pull it out later. And so if you're good at tracking who has what, that can help you out possibly, but I don't track that well. It's just fun to see what happens, mostly. And sometimes I like to play Agent of Chaos and just do whatever I think is going to be the most chaotic thing to do in the game and see what happens. Because that feels like what a pirate might do. Number 30. And forgive me, I can tell that I'm getting a bunch of texts here from various folk. Oh, it's the same text stream. Number 30 is a newer game to my collection that just recently got added. I got to play it at BGG Con last year, demoed it with one of my buddies, but really like this rendition of the game, and that is War of the Ring, the card game. Now, I've played War of the Ring, the actual game. Again, I'm not a huge fan on area control battle type of games, so it was okay. I liked it because I really like Lord of the Rings mythology, and I've read a lot of the books, and I enjoy that. But the game itself, I was kind of like, not that big of a fan. I like the card game. The card game feels different and is... I've also played Lord of the Rings, the trading card game, and that one's fun too, but I like this more. This one feels a little bit more like you're immersed in the story, and I like the dynamics of the game, and win or lose, it's very fun to play and to try to work out with your teammates how to play that game. I think it plays best at 4, definitely is much better at that level. But you can play 2-on-2 or 1-on-3, and one player just has to play with 2 different decks. I think that's harder, more challenging to do it that way, and a little bit less fun. I think it helps to have another person in there who's making decisions, but it's a good game either way. Well, as you may have guessed, this is the third and hopefully last part of my top 100. I've gone plaid, so I would like to think that means we're going to go a little faster, but I don't know if it means we really will, because we're on the final 29 games of my top 100, and I'm probably more inclined to talk about them. So going plaid might mean I'm just talking more. Kudos if you get the reference to going plaid. Beyond my ugly shirt. I mean, you got that, but the movie reference. Alright, so number 29 is on the screen. The Castles of Mad King Ludwig. I have owned this game longer than quite a few games in my collection. This is among some of the earlier modern board games I added and played quite a bit at the front end, and still enjoy getting it out and playing it. It's a nice, interesting puzzle, trying to fit rooms together, score points based on the types of rooms you're putting together in your castle, and how you're score, whether you're coming in first, second, or third for the community. There's like tiles you pull out at the beginning of the game that are kind of like everyone's going for these, and whoever comes in first, second, and third on each of those scoring tiles will score some more points beyond what their castle that they build scores in and of itself. I have the Secrets expansion, and I like it. I would not say that Secrets is a necessity for this game, but it's fun. Secrets adds moats, so you can build a moat around your castle, and that can score you points in different ways. And it adds the what do they call the swans? That some rooms have swans, and you can collect swans. You can turn them in to get money, or you can save them and get in-game scoring points. And so it is. It's a good expansion. I think my favorite piece of the expansion are there's secret room connections, and you can connect certain tiles in your castle with these secret rooms. There's 3 different sizes. You only get 3 of them, but what they will do is they will eliminate negative points if you're connecting to an activity room. They will double scoring points for rooms, and I feel like there might be one other thing they can potentially do. They can help you just make connections, because maybe a tile won't fit somewhere, and so it can get you to fit that tile together with another tile. But I think those are pretty intriguing to the puzzle of building your castle. But yeah, not necessary. I think the game is pretty fun as a base game, and so I wouldn't feel the need to add the Secrets expansion, but I do enjoy it. That is number 29. Moving on to number 28. We are on a Vital Lacerda game. I have been up and down on the various Vital Lacerda games as far as which one I place over others. You saw CO2 was on here earlier. I think this has been my number 1 Vital Lacerda game at times. Although I think there's another one on here that's a little higher. I have not played them all, so I have not had a chance to play Kanban EV. I would love to play that one. I've heard good things about it. I have not had a chance to play Lisboa. I'd love to try that one out. And I have not had a chance to play, oh my gosh, what is the other one? And I don't think, Weather Machine did not make my top 100 here. No, there's another, I haven't played Escape Plan, and I feel like there's another one that I'm missing. It's just not coming to mind, but I know there's another one I haven't played. So, but I do like Vital Lacerda games. I don't know that I've nailed one that is like the best one to me, like as far as like it doesn't really, none of them fit into my very, very, very best top tier games, but I do like them, and I like how thick and heavy and mechanically inclined they are, and they don't feel grindy to me. I think some people might feel like they're grindy because there's, you do this and then you get this and you get this and you got to figure out how to pull all these levers in the game to get the bonuses and capitalize on those bonuses. And I've described some games as feeling a little grindy, and to me that doesn't feel grindy. It's just, ooh, I get stuff for doing these things, and I just have to figure out how to pull these levers in the right fashion in order to get the most out of them. On Mars is the idea of, it kind of fits into the idea of terraforming Mars, even though it's not terraforming Mars. I like the idea of, establishing bases on Mars, getting the life support up. I think that all scientifically is fun to play with. I do have the Aliens expansion to On Mars. I have not played it yet. I just recently got it in a trade, I think. I think it was via a trade. But I'm looking forward to playing it. That one's more of a, you got to have a group and to play several of those. I think the final one might be a solo opportunity, but I want to play the group ones first. Not sure when that's going to happen. Hopefully, maybe this year, but I think some of the folks that are most likely to play that are just had a child, so it's more likely that that'll happen next year. But I might be able to, we'll see. We'll see how the summer plays out. Sometimes I can get some games in the summer that I am not able to get in during the other seasons of the year. But that is my number 28 is On Mars. So if you're okay with Lacerda, if you're okay with a heavier, weightier game, then I think you would enjoy On Mars. But there are a lot of bits and pieces to playing the game. They got the weight here is 4.67. Probably learning the game, I'd probably say that is where most of the weight is learning it. I think once you've learned the game and you understand all the levers and triggers in the game, not so bad. I don't know that it feels like 4.67 at that point, but prior to that, maybe. All right, number 27. Marvel. What's it going to be? It's going to be Marvel Champions. Won't waste time building up too much suspense there. Marvel Champions is my number 27. This is another one that's kind of been up and down, but I really enjoy whether I'm building a deck and just trying to build the best deck I can, or whether I honestly, I don't even know if I've looked online to just try to assemble a deck the way the best deck you can assemble. Half the time I don't have all the cards because I've only got a certain number of heroes in the game, but I enjoy the game. I've got the base game, I've got the Red Skull, and I've got the Mad Titan. So I haven't played Red Skull or Mad Titan yet. I don't know. It's kind of one of those things I'd rather do as a group at some point and play through those, because I think that'd be a lot of fun. But I don't really have a group of people that I've consistently played Marvel Champions with. I've just played it a few times myself, soloed a few things, and played a couple times with my family. But it's a fun game. It's very, there probably could be complaints about it, but you're just, trying to build up your tableau with your hero, and you're kind of deck developing, I guess you could say. You're cycling through your deck. You're not really building the deck. You're just cycling through your deck. But it is, I like the Marvel superhero universe, and so I think playing with those in this particular game is pretty fun. This is a long game, I would argue. 45 to 90 minutes listed as the play time. I don't know that I have ever finished a game in an hour and a half. I feel like it's hard. If you're playing the game well and you end up defeating the villain, I mean, unless there's just a way to be more efficient about it, I find it's very challenging. It's very difficult. It takes some good thought put into what you're going to do in your turn, and I would say it's more like 120 minutes for most games to get through a villain, and I've usually played Rhino, which I think is one of the easier villains. So I can't imagine the harder ones are, take even more time. Maybe if you luck out, maybe if you have like the perfect deck put together, or you are kind of doing it that way, or you're matching up just the right heroes with the right villain, and you don't have to, you know, everything kind of works out in your favor, and maybe it's easier to beat the villains, but I've never played that way, so I've just picked the hero I'm most inclined to play that day, and I play it against a given villain, and that might be, you know, not the best matchup, but it's fun, and I've won a few games, I've lost a few games. It's a lot of fun. It's pretty hard. Don't let Marvel Champions, the fact that it's a Marvel Universe game, fool you into thinking this is a game you can just pick up and play, and it's easy, and it's what did I put for this one? Marvel Champions. I made it a yellow game. This is middle of the road as far as complexity. They got 293 here, 292, but it's a very enjoyable game. I would recommend it to. I've had some people ask, you know, hey, I want my teenager's looking for something more complex to play, and they really like X, Y, and Z. And if Marvel is one of the things they like, I might throw this game out there as like, you know, they might try this. It's pretty fun. A lot of options for, you know, getting more decks and adding to the base game. If you don't like it, then you can always trade or sell the base game, and you know, it's not too heavy of an investment. So, all right, number 26. Probably going to be some debate around me having this game this high, but I have been up and down on it. And that is going to be the Lost Ruins of Arnak. There was at one point, now I think Lost Ruins of Arnak came out the same year as Dune Imperium. I played them both several times, and I ended up landing on Lost Ruins of Arnak, I feel like being a little bit better of the two games. Now I compare those two because of the time frame they came out, and they're both like deck, you know, you're kind of deck building, and you're moving up tracks, and you're doing some worker placement. They're not the same game, so I don't mean for that comparison to kind of say these are exactly the same type of game with just two different themes. They aren't. I like them both in different ways, but I really prefer the Lost Ruins of Arnak. And I think both kind of there's a certain amount of luck involved in what comes out and what's available. And I like the Dune universe, so there's some element of that. But I think Dune's got a little bit more of that battle piece of it, and that's just, it's good. It fits in with the theme. It's just not for me as much, so I can't remember where it landed on my list overall, but it just pushes it down the list because I don't have as much fun playing Dune as I do Lost Ruins of Arnak. Lost Ruins, I tend to play the whole game, and I am engaged through the whole game, and even if I get to the end and I'm like, okay, I think I'm out of this one, I don't think I'm going to win it, I still enjoy the process of the game and seeing how far I can get and what I can do. Dune Imperium, I think the last couple of games I played, I would get to the end, it's kind of like, all right, I'm just ready for the game to be over, win or lose. And it doesn't matter if I'm, you know, on the verge of winning or on the verge of losing or kind of right in the middle and have no idea what's going to happen. I'm just kind of like, all right, yeah, I play some workers, I got some cards. It doesn't excite me as much as some of the interactions that I can create in Lost Ruins with the artifacts and the items, and trying to kind of figure out the timing on that and getting up the temple track and all that jazz. So and I think being able to flip the board over in Arnak, and it's like a completely different board, and you know, set of rules for how you're getting up the track and things you have to give up and sacrifice to do that, makes it a lot more engaging to me over the long run. But this is a high production quality on this game, I think. A little variable, because sometimes it's like, well, why did they, you know, make these really nice gems and arrowheads and tablets, and then the compasses are like a punch out, and I don't know. But it's that being said, it's still great production quality, and it's pretty easy to set up for what it is. So there you go. Number 25. Yes. I marked this one as a red, a yellow red. I wonder if I probably would have said yellow. But this next game is one for which I have most of the expansions for. So I'm going to use the base title of the game. There are others. I don't know what I would call my particular versions of expansions, but that is viticulture. And when I'm speaking of viticulture, I am almost always referencing, it might be the Tuscany edition, Essential Edition. That might be like the total bits and pieces, if that's got the 4 seasons more laid out. I have the base version. Obviously, I've got there's some visitors expansion that's, I think, just cards. I've got that. I've got the board, so it's like I've got all 4 seasons, and there's like an orange section, so you can get buildings and add that to your tableau, and you're playing the area control piece over in the bottom left-hand corner. I really enjoy, let's see if this picture highlights the board a little bit more. I don't know, that one looks smaller than I would think, but yeah, I play with the mamas and papas, and there's some workers. You can kind of see them over here faded off in the screen, but there's some workers up there where they're special workers. I like using those. I think that adds some good variability to the game. Definitely have this area control piece where you're trying to get your stars out there and get a few points out of that. It's a great game. It's moved down my list over the years. I think just because other things I felt like there are just other games that I like more, and it's kind of gotten pushed down by default, and I don't feel as much of a drive to want to get it to the table as I used to. But it's a great worker placement game where you're trying to build out your wine cellar and develop your you kind of have a little bit of a tableau, but for all intents and purposes, worker placement and winemaking, and trying to get to the point value on the track, like a race for points. Develop your engine a little bit and then race up that track for points as fast as you can. But yeah, good Stonemaier game. I would recommend it to those who really like worker placement, and particularly if you're into wine, then that might be even more engaging thematically. That is my number 25. All right, number 24 is this could fall on the controversial level, but I think, I don't know, I haven't heard a lot of controversy about it, but I like the game. This particular game, probably one of my do I say favorite? I pay attention when this designer designs a game, because I've often been pleasantly surprised by his games. And in this particular case, we are talking Maracaibo, and I really there's a little bit of weird tension between trying to the exploration track and moving your boat around, and I feel like there's a little bit of I feel like it ends too quickly, people getting around the board, and you don't have enough time to build up your tableau. But I do like the cards and the way they work, and how you use them to kind of generate an engine, and you can put workers out on the board that when you land in that place, you can get an action that is more powerful than what you would normally get. And I don't dislike the exploration track. It's just a weird tension in the game. What really, I think, drives this game a tad up my list is all the it's not a legacy game because you don't put stickers on the board, but there's there's I guess it is a legacy aspect to the game where you can play through a storyline in the game, and you put these tiles out on the board that replace and change the board state as you're playing through the game. I've played through it a little bit solo wise, and my hope is to play through the legacy campaign. I guess campaign. It's a campaign. To play through the campaign with some friends at some point and get through that campaign, because I do love how when you're playing the campaign, when you fulfill an objective, it's kind of like mid-game. It can change. It's not like you have to finish that whole game to get to the next objective. It's like each round on the board, you could potentially fulfill an objective, and they can carry over from game to game. So I think that's just a really interesting and unique design, and I really like that. So, moving on to number 23. I was going to say I think this might be the final Garfield game on here, but I don't think it is. I think there is another one, maybe two. But Paladins of the West Kingdom. This one moved all up and down. I have had it, I think, be as low as my second West Kingdom game, but I don't know if it's ever been in third place. There might be a time, there might have been a list I did one time where Architects and Viscounts both ended up above it, but Paladins ends up, of the West Kingdom games on this list, it ends up in the top spot as far as West Kingdom games go. And this is interesting. There are times I kind of find the worker placement piece of Paladins to be a little choppy, but at the end of the day, I think I just like it better, and Paladins has one of the most probably, I would say, underrated solo options in board games. It's a very fun solo to play. It's got while the setup takes a minute, reset is easy. So it's got a really good setup reset, and if I'm playing a solo, I can usually run 2 or 3 games in a row, no problem. I really like the mechanisms of this worker placement. I like how you have to combine different types of workers. It takes some thought. The puzzle of which paladin to play is very intriguing, and I still don't feel like I fully grokked out how to do that well, but it's a fun game, and I think it kind of, over time, I've had this game for a while, I think over time it's just kind of slowly eked up a little bit as this is a really well designed game, and I think they put a lot of good thought and energy into the design process, and it might be the best of the West Kingdom games and possibly the tightest of the West Kingdom games. Please don't hold me to that. I haven't really done the full thinking on that, but that's more of a gut thought based on having played all 3. I have not had the chance to really do the what's it called? It's the Tomb Saga, and I can't remember when I got this. Let's look it up real quick. Tomb Saga. Oh, it's not. Oh, huh. Let's see. West Kingdom. Do we get Tomb Saga? It's probably there. I'm not seeing it. So Tomb Saga is it's like an expansion that came in one of the Kickstarters, and you can basically play through all 3 West Kingdom games. You start with Architects, and then you play Paladins, and then you play Viscounts, and then you can score some special kind of points and cards over the course of the 3 games, and whoever has the most points at the end of all 3 wins the game. And Tomb Saga is like the thing that links them all together in a unique way. But I have it, but I haven't had a chance to play it yet. That's obviously kind of a task to do all 3 games. In expansions wise, I don't think I talked about it much in Architects. So I have the decorations, is it, for Architects? Trying to see. Architects of the West Kingdom, Age of Artisans. That's what I have. So I got this expansion for Architects of the West Kingdom, and I think that's a good expansion. I think that adds a layer, an enjoyable layer of complexity without adding a ton of time to the game. Paladins has some expansions, and my impression, I've not played them, but my impression is they just add a ton of time to the game, and this is already a reasonably long game. 90 minutes, you can do the game in 90 minutes. I've played and finished a game in 90 minutes, but that's going to be, it is going to be on the lower end. If you have to teach it, it could take longer. I think adding more content to Paladins just makes it super long. I've played Viscounts, and I've played Viscounts with all the expansions. I like Viscounts just on its own. I think there was like one module of an expansion that I was kind of like, well, that's kind of neat, but it was just, to me, it was just a lot more complex decision making that I didn't feel like the game needed. It felt a little bloated with all the Viscounts expansions, in my opinion. So there are some, and I think the folks that we played those with really liked the expansions. I personally don't own them, and even after playing them, I felt no desire to add them to the game. I'd say the Age of Artisans is the only expansion I've seen thus far that I'm like, I really like that. They just did a great job with the base game, and there are other base games of other games that people do a great job with, and the expansion does enhance and makes it more fun. This was one where it's like, well, they just didn't need it. So anyway, there you go, my 2 cents on Paladins and the expansions, but the Paladins game is a great game. Moving on to number 23, I think we might have our top 2-player only game. Whoops, didn't do that right. And that is Targi. No expansions for Targi. I've only played Targi, the base game. I don't know if I even thought about adding expansions. I don't know that it needs it. That's not to say it wouldn't be good with it. If you are watching this and you've played Targi with expansions and you have some comment on how much you think that adds to the game, I'd love to hear it. I think Targi, the base game by itself, is a fantastic game. Very pleasant 2-player game. I say pleasant. There's a little bit of gotcha in Targi. You can really mess up your opponent with, I know one of the actions that I've taken a few times playing this game is like my opponent only gets to take 1 action. They don't get 2, which sounds pretty harsh, but there's a little bit of gotcha in Targi, but it is, I don't know, it's more about building your tableau up and trying to score the most points out of your tableau. That seems to be the large focus of the game, and that process of placing your workers so that you triangulate and get your 2 actions is a pretty clever mechanism, in my opinion, that hasn't lost its edge after 13 years now. So it's 2023. So, or actually 11 years. Not doing the mathing today. But yeah, this is a fantastic 2-player game, and I would recommend this to anybody looking for a 2-player only game, particularly one that you can take with you and doesn't take up a lot of space in a suitcase or something. Targi is great. You're not going to be able to play it on a like an airplane tray, probably a little too much space because the cards are too big. But you could definitely pack it and it won't take up a lot of space in your luggage, and it's good for traveling and breaking out as long as you have just enough table space. That's not to say this is not a table hog. It's just you need enough space for that central display and to build your own display, for each player to build their own tableau. So you got to have room for those things, and they're pretty standard size cards. So it's not if they were miniature cards, you could probably get away with a lot smaller footprint, but I think it'd be harder to see the print on the cards. So I think you need bigger cards so that you can see the print on the cards and knowing what each one does. So there you go. Moving right along to number 21. I have decided that this is my favorite Vital Lacerda game, and that is The Gallerist. I saw there were some expansions there. I don't have those. I just have the Gallerist, the base game. And I love the theme. I love the mechanisms. I think what really is like this was super clever in my opinion, is that track on the bottom where you can kind of trade in your influence, or you can get coins, or you can do, I think there were like 3 things you could do with that track, and I don't know if I can find a good image of it. I don't see one here. Actually, this one, you can see the track on the bottom, and there are like 3 different things you can kind of use this track to do over the course of the game. I know one of them is moving backwards to gain coins, basically gaining a coin. The higher up the track you are, the more coins you can gain. And I think it's an anytime action that you can do that to gain a coin. There's also moving back, like wherever you are, moving back to the next pink one behind you to, I forget exactly what it does, but it like some kind of exerts your influence to get you, I think you can take an action. I think if someone bumps you out and you move back to that next one, then you can take the full action of that area. Otherwise, you just get kind of the bonus, the bumping bonus, which is a little smaller than a full action. But there's only 4 action spots on the board, and there's 2 potential actions at each spot, and you're trying to discover and recruit artists, and then there's this area of bonus tiles over here that can trigger things on your board, and the whole group of tickets that you can get and utilize in different ways. It's a very well designed, well put together game. So I think this is, in my opinion, this is one of Vital Lacerda's masterpieces. I don't know that he's put together another game that's quite as streamlined and well designed as this. If anything is a little bit clunky about the game, it's like, remembering, where you have to have a worker present to do certain things, and which one has to be removed from a lobby, from your particular lobby when you're doing art. So that can be a little tricky, but I think a lot of Vital Lacerda games kind of have those tricky bits where it's like, am I remembering all these things? But yeah, definitely recommend the Gallerist. Probably as far as ease of learning a Lacerda game, possibly the easiest one to learn. Feel free to argue with me on that. I think I've heard Kanban EV is actually easier, but I haven't played it, so I can't speak to that. But the Gallerist hasn't been too hard to teach to those that I've taught it to. Number 20. Number 20? We're on 20. All right, we're getting very close to the end. Number 20 is Spirit Island. Now, this is a game that was much lower on my list. I say much lower. Still in the top 50, but probably closer to like 40. And that was before I got Branch and Claw and Jagged Earth. And honestly, if I was picking between the Branch and Claw and the Jagged Earth expansion, I'd say the Branch and Claw expansion is actually the better one. And the reason I'd say that is because it added event cards to the game. And that was, once I had the event cards, that really made this game shine to me, because it did feel a little bit rote in how you go about eliminating the invaders from the islands with your spirit powers. The spirit powers were variable enough, and the different cards you can draw and add to your deck as you're building your spirit deck of cards, they were good enough that it was still a very good game to me. I still enjoyed it. I think there's a lot of variability. I thought it was excellent, but that Branch and Claw piece added a lot. Now, all the little tokens that you can add on the board, there's a good amount of complexity there. 90 minutes would be like 2 players. Maybe you can finish in 90 minutes. This game takes a while to finish, but it is a blast to play, and I really want to get a good 4-player game of Spirit Island at some point. this summer. That's on my goal list for the year, is to try to do that. And I've got the Jagged Earth expansion adds a whole lot of spirits and more cards throughout the game in different avenues. But yeah, and that's all helpful and that's all good. But this is a fantastic co-op game. I don't know if it's the top co-op game on my list. It might be, but it is extremely good. Lots of thinkiness going on there. It does, I played a 3-player game one time with this where 2 of us were pretty good at collaborating and synchronizing our powers together, but one of us was very outside of, like, kind of doing their own thing, and that made a huge difference. We lost that game, and you could kind of feel it as the game was going on. Like, you really need all the spirits working together to come out with a win. It's hard. There could be moments in the game where one spirit's really carrying the weight, but that seems to have to trade off from turn to turn to turn, where maybe you have games where one spirit carries the weight on any given turn, but I don't think I've seen a game where any spirit was like, where there was one player kind of alpha gaming the thing to where they could make the game come out on a win. You really need everybody working together when you have multiple spirits playing. So very, very well designed, very complex, very fun game. Very much enjoy it. So, Spirit Island. If you haven't played it, definitely encourage you to give it a try. All right, moving on. That was 2019. Our last 19 games. Number 19 is, I thought I'd gotten through. Oh, no, I guess Stonemaier. Stonemaier, very good. This is where Scythe lands for me. I enjoy Scythe. It is not as high on my list as it used to be. It used to be in my top 10 on a frequent basis, but it's still a fantastic game. I put off buying this game I saw it sitting around in one of our used bookstores for a long time, and never bought it because I was like, that looks like Risk or something, and that's just not my kind of game. But once I watched a playthrough or two, and I was like, this could be very intriguing. I got the game. Base game is great, but I will tell you my favorite expansion. I'm going to bring it up because I tell this to everybody and people don't believe me. This is my favorite expansion, Scythe Encounters. Absolutely fantastic. And maybe by now, I mean, with my feedback on Spirit Island and other whatever other games where I really like the encounter deck in the base game of Scythe is fine, but every encounter has the same formula. And so it's like, I know kind of what choices I'm going to get, and I just make a choice and go on, and it doesn't take too much thought. Whoever, I don't know if Jamie Stegmaier was the one that really developed all these encounters or if he had help from others, but this encounter deck they are variegated encounters, and I love the way they have twisted our games when they come out. And I've actually removed some of the base game encounters so that there's more of these in the game than there are base game encounters. I think you get like 50 in this. $20, well worth it. I would drop $20 on this deck of encounters any day. Very, very good. So to describe at least one of the games that we played that was just absolutely fascinating. One, and this will make sense if you've played Scythe. If you've never played Scythe, it probably won't make much sense how impactful this is. But we had one fella get a encounter card in a game we played, and I can't remember if he had made it to the factory yet or not, but he was able. The encounter he chose was he burned down the factory. I think he got a factory card and he burned down the factory so no one else the rest of the game could get a factory card. And he didn't end up winning, but it was just like, that's crazy. You burned down the factory. You totally just eliminated this one section of the game, and now we all have to kind of adjust what we're how we're going about playing this game. The other situation I remember in the game, this is a card that I was able to draw. It allowed me to take all of the wheat that was remaining, or the grain that was remaining in the supply, and I put it on this one hex on the board, every bit of it. And then it was up to like other players, if they wanted grain, they couldn't produce grain anymore. They had to actually go to that hex to get the grain and take over the hex and then use the grain however they wanted. And I did it really just as kind of a chaos agent, just like, let me just see what happens with this. I'm curious, and let them fight out that, fight it out for that grain, and then we went from there. But it was just, those are the kind of things that the encounter deck adds to the game, which really changes the dynamic quite a bit. So Scythe Encounters, probably my favorite expansion for sure inside, but I also have the Wind Gambit, and I have the Invaders from Afar, and I've got the Rise of Fenris. Those are all fantastic too. So a lot of elements to this game when you add in and factor the expansions, but you could play the base game and enjoy it just fine. There's a lot there. So very, very, very good game. Number 18. And this will be my second, my penultimate Garphill games, and that is Wayfarers of the South Tigris. This is a really interesting game. Beautifully designed, very, very good production value. It's very pretty to play. It's a tableau builder, and I don't know, this might be the game that kind of just told me, I was like, oh, I like tableau builders, and I think I knew that, but this one was like, there's some elements to this game that I probably would say I don't like, but they're so overwhelmed by how much I do like this game that I don't, it's not even worth complaining about it. It feels a little grindy trying to add and build your tableau to get these cards and stuff, but the process, the gameplay process is so enjoyable that the grindiness of that is just overwhelmed. I enjoy it. It is a game that can end very quickly depending on how fast people move down the journal track in the middle here, and the tableau building itself is almost really a race. How fast can I build this tableau as people move down the journal track? And the journal track, getting to the end, isn't necessarily going to guarantee you a win. It just, I've played games where I got to the end the fastest, but my tableau did not score me as many points as other players. And I've played games where I hardly ever focused on the journal track, and I had a really nice tableau, but still didn't get as many points as the player who won. I'm actually not even sure if I've ever won this game. But there is a lot of interweaving dynamics between influencing cards that are going to help you get coins if you're influencing them, to trying to generate some way to make money so that you can pay for certain things in the game, to leveraging the cards in your tableau to get the best benefit and most value out of them. There's a lot going on in this game, but it is a good fun to play. I enjoy it. It's one of my favorites. It's right now I have it at 18. If it moves down, I think it'll only move down because other games that are just so good, I have to put them up above it, are in the way. Honestly, I'd probably see this game more likely moving up because I do enjoy playing it quite a bit. Not only is it enjoyable and fun to play, it's very pretty. It's got a good table presence. It does take up a little bit of room. Once you get any tableau builder seems like it takes up quite a bit of room. So 60 to 90 minutes, that's probably about right. If they add expansion to this, I could foresee it taking longer. Hopefully, I don't think they need expansions for this one personally, but I could see there being some value and maybe some different types of tiles that could go out on your display. That would be a fun bit to make your, let me show you what I'm pointing at here. So on the tableaus, oh, that wasn't the one I wanted. Let's get picture of a tableau. So on the tableaus, there's like this little section. I don't know if you can see the arrow on my screen, but it's a little section where it gives you symbols that can be useful for other things you're doing in the game. And I could see there being something that adds some of the tiles that you can potentially put there that could be an interesting dynamic to the game, or some way to fish for planets. Getting some of these scoring cards is very challenging, and there's a lot of luck, a little bit of luck involved in that. So I could see creating something where there's a little bit more mitigation of the luck, and able to leverage your tableau to fish for certain things could be pretty interesting. But yeah, Wayfarers of the South Tigris, very first in that series of South Tigris games, and a very, very good addition to the Garfield family. Alright, number 17 is another Stonemaier game. This game started out lower on my list, probably in the 30 to 40 range when it was just the base game, and even after the Plots and Ploys expansion. It was kind of like, I enjoyed it, I liked it, very pretty, fun to play, but a little bit like myopic in the trajectory of how you played. Once I played this with the Arts and Architecture expansion, whoa, changed the game. Probably shot, I mean, this would not be this high on my list at 17 if it weren't for the Arts and Architecture expansion. Absolutely fantastic expansion. Futures and Fantasies, not bad. I like it, enjoyed it. But Arts and Architecture was really adding that track, made the game shine, because it added a lot of variability to how you can go about moving up the different tracks, and different things you could different levers you could pull to enhance your civilization and expound on it. And yeah, this is a lovely game. A little bit of setup. It takes a while to set up, to get going, but it plays pretty fast in my opinion, because you just have to pick a track, and you're just moving a space on that track. That might trigger some other things, but you're trying to work these tracks together. So a lot of the decision making is like, okay, if I move up this track here, and then I do this here, and then but I'm also trying to get ahead of other people on certain tracks, and just trying to leverage your resources into points as the game goes on. It's a very enjoyable experience. So if you haven't played it, I definitely recommend giving it a try. For those who, it's not going to be for everybody. It's definitely a game I would probably say there are players that I would find that if you're a really heavy Civ game player, you might argue this is not really a Civ game, and you may not like this one as much because it's a different type of decision making than the other Civilization games I've played. And I would accept the argument that it's not a Civ game in the same way. It's really more of an abstract, puzzly sort of game than it is an actual Civilization game. It's just I would say it's got a very colorful, well-developed theme on top of it, as opposed to feeling thematic when you play it. But good game. Makes the last 3x5 card on my list. I've got about 20 on each 3x5 card here that I'm staring at to keep track of these things. Number 16 has also moved up my list because of expansions, and that is A Feast for Odin. I enjoyed this game. It was fun, but I also felt like, and even I played a few times and then did a little research, and it's like, oh, you kind of have to follow felt like a linear path to victory, and it was like a race for that path. And there were certain aspects of the game that you just really wanted to ignore, because unless you were just messing around and playing the game, you knew, if I'm playing against people that are really competitive and know what they're doing, chasing those paths is not going to lead to victory at all. I think the Norwegians expansion added a lot more. I have not gotten a chance to play my Norwegians expansion yet, but I am much more excited about the possibility of it really opening up various paths to victory and more opportunities to explore the game in greater depth and to explore some of those other paths. I love that it's very much a tile laying game. You're taking worker placement and tile laying, and you're kind of meshing those together into this game where you're going and placing your workers to do various things that gain you tiles that you have to position on your board, and you kind of start the game with a lot of negative points, and when you cover those negative points with your tiles, then that's going to eliminate them and then allow you to eventually score positive points based on the tiles themselves and various other scoring factors in the game. So that's my description of A Feast for Odin in a very quick nutshell. But it is the tile puzzly, how do I lay these and make them connect in the best way possible to score me the most points, and which things do I try to gather as worker placement wise is pretty fun. It's a nice, well-designed game, and I'm really, really glad he came out with the Norwegians expansion to enhance the overall assembly of those, how those tiles and how those strategies can work together. I personally really like the cards. I think the cards are fun to play, and if anything's frustrating to me, it's like I play on BGG or BGA on a fairly regular basis. I'll play a game of Feast for Odin because it's just fun to play, and I do like just playing. Like, I'll just do stuff because I like to do it. It's like, oh, I like this card, I'm gonna play it, and I'll try to play a bunch of cards, and they may or may not be the best strategy. In fact, I'm pretty confident they are not the best strategy, but if I can get several cards that make that trigger together well, I really like it. It makes it, I feel I almost get more joy out of the, I got these two things to trigger together well and pulled these levers, which pulled these levers. I like that almost more fun than trying to figure out like, what's going to get me the most points at the end of the game. I just want to make these things work well together. So maybe that makes me a terrible player to play with, because I'm not shooting for the wind as much as I'm shooting to enjoy the process of the game. But I'm not king making either. I'm just having fun. So number 15. Number 15 is a very good game. It has moved. It's been pretty steady. About this area on my list. I think it was in my top 10 at once, but there's some other things that kind of pushed it down a little bit. But this is a fantastic game. Great Western Trail. I have the second edition. I like to play with the orange cows. Orange cows are awesome. I would not generally play the game without the orange cows, unless I am just playing on BGG or BGA and I have to. But it's really good. I haven't played Rails to the North, so I don't know how much that adds to the base game. I've heard it's good. I would love to try it at some point in the future, but for now, I think the base game is just fine. I don't feel like I need Rails to the North, but it's not quite like the Norwegians for A Feast for Odin, where it's like, this game needs this, and it's a more complete game. I feel like the base Great Western Trail 2nd Edition is a complete game. You're moving, I guess it's action selection, not worker placement, action selection, a little bit of a tableau builder, trying to gather your cattle and sell them for the most money you can, and then build more buildings, and find a efficient path to victory, for all intents and purposes, based on the point cards and various other things. But it's another one of those games that's just fun to play. Win or lose, I enjoy the process. Decent solo version. Pretty it's 2021. Oh, that's because the base game came out earlier. I don't know if I ever played the base game. 2016. So Alexander Pfister, it's very, very impressive game design. One of his better ones, if not his best one. And the 2nd edition just improved upon what he already had in place in the first one. So there you go. Not an overly complex game in my opinion, but probably takes a minute to learn until you've kind of figured out all how the different things works together. But once you learn it, I wonder if the 2nd edition has a higher. It's 3.7 there. Let's see if the second edition is even higher in complexity. Yeah, 3.72. Probably because they added those orange cows in, which doesn't really change the complexity too much, but it does add another layer. It feels more complex when you first play this game, but once you've played it a few times, it'll slow down pretty quickly. So, excellent. What is that? Tableau builder? Action selection? Man, I don't even. It's a tough to say exactly what the style is. It's a little bit of both of those. So, excellent Pfister game. All right. I'm running out of steam here, so forgive me as I'm getting tired. My voice is getting tired, but I'm going to press through. We're on number 14. Number 14, definitely one of my favorite games, is Robinson Crusoe: The Cursed Adventures in the Cursed Island. I think I only have the base game. I don't have any additions or expansions, but I would like to add some. I think I have a lot of upgraded tokens and whatnot for the game. This is a fantastic co-op. You know, I actually was incorrect earlier. I thought Spirit Island was my highest co-op. This is probably my highest co-op. I want to say that, and I'll probably find another one as I go down. No, actually, it's not my highest co-op. There's another one. But this is a fantastic cooperative game. Oh, it is hard. I have played at least 2 games with 3 or 4 players, and in both cases, we came down to like, well, we're going to take this turn, we're going to live, or we're going to die, but the game is over after this turn. And we just barely pulled it out. And in some cases, it was like, we really just got a tiny bit lucky. It was just, maybe something bad happened, but it wasn't quite bad enough to kill us, and so we were able to pull out a win. Or we really needed a positive card, and we got a positive card. Had it been anything bad, we would have lost. And that's been fun. Now, the solo version of the game, never beaten it. Probably played it like 20 times. Never beaten it. It is a game that I really want to do a video of the solo and play the solo, largely because I think I've mentioned this before, but my brother said that he beats it every time. He's never lost the solo, and says you just focus on the mission objective and you can beat it every time. I feel like I'm usually trying to focus on the mission objective and going hard and fast for those things, and I still lose every time. So I'm gonna have to play it again and try it out and see if I can do better. But until that day comes, still fantastic, lovely co-op game. If you're familiar with the Robinson Crusoe story, then I think it definitely thematically will be hit home for you if you just want to feel like you're immersed in the process of that. And it offers a lot of challenging pieces and thinky decisions with what to do with your actions in the game. All right, number 13. Number 13, dun dun dun, Terraforming Mars. I wonder if anybody was wondering where this would show up, and this is where it shows up. Number 13. Very close to my top 10, but just outside, and it wouldn't shock me to see this game move into top 10. I really enjoy this game. It's fun to play. I love the way the cards, the tableau building that goes with the cards. That's probably my most fun aspect of the game. These boards in the base game are awful because they're very slick and your stuff slides off. So somebody, some time ago, I paid somebody to do some laser cut boards for me. I was just going to see if I could find a picture of something here that was like a laser cut board, and I don't, if I have time, I'll take a picture out and post a picture of the laser cut boards that I have added to my copy of the game. But that definitely makes keeping those cubes on your board a lot better. If you're not familiar with Terraforming Mars, which you're for watching this video, and you're not familiar with Terraforming Mars, I'd say that's a minor miracle if you've never heard of it. But you are kind of cooperatively working together to raise the oxygen level, the water, and the build cities and domes, and what is the other level? Oxygen, water, you're building forests. I'm forgetting something. Temperature of Mars, and so that it's habitable and you can live on it. And so you're adding these tiles to the main board, and you are developing your tableau, and you're ultimately trying to score the most points. So I say it's a semi co-op. You kind of work together, but you're really just trying to score the most points doing what you do personally. And there's a few things that can have some gotcha elements to the game, but it's a pretty fun game. The nature of purchasing cards is a little unwieldy to me. I kind of like the way the Ares Expedition did it in the dice game, but I don't like the rest of the game. That was the only thing I liked about the Ares Expedition game, and if I could port that piece of it into the Terraforming Mars game, I would probably house rule something for Terraforming Mars that makes that a little bit more wieldy, because having to pay for your cards every turn is kind of a weird, feels like it slows the game down more than anything else. And I think Ares Expedition had something where I forget how they did that, but it was different, and I was like, ooh, if they did this in Terraforming Mars, it'd be better. I do have Prelude expansion. I think it's the only expansion I have for Terraforming Mars, and I think that is necessary to speed the game up. I don't think it has to take 120 minutes. Prelude, I think, can bring it down to about 90, but it is a very enjoyable game, and I will tell you, every time I played, even though I think one time we played a game, it was like 6 hours for us to finish. It was like 5 players, something, but I enjoyed every bit of it. Even though it was a long game, I enjoyed the game and had fun. And it's if anything, if there's any setback to or reason I don't get it to the table quite as much, is because it takes a little bit longer to play. So I think adjusting how those cards are purchased and adding Prelude in could probably make it a little bit more streamlined and quicker to get things going. So that is probably bordering on a classic now. 2016 is when that came out. Feels like it's been around longer than that, but this is a good game. Very good game designed by Jacob Frixelius. Okay, number 12. Probably a little bit of a dark horse sleeper, and I don't know how many other people would have this on their list. It is Railways of the World. I first played this on BGA, and really just, I love the mechanics of the game. Just placing the rails and trying to connect tracks in different cities and score points off of delivering your goods. It's kind of a build and deliver sort of mechanism there, and I think it's just a fun game. It's just a very pleasing game to play. I have a copy of it. I'd like to add, I have the Railways of the World, so I have pretty much the eastern US. I really want to get the western US to add to my, so I can play the whole United States map. I think that would be a lot of fun. But I just enjoy the game. It's just a lot of mechanical, probably abstract but pleasing mechanics, in my opinion. So it's really hard to get people to play this. I don't know if it's because it's old and it's kind of like, everybody knows, it's railways. It's a railroad game. Don't really care. But I have a hard time getting anybody to play it at the table. But it's a really fun game. I mean, it's my number 12. Like that's pretty high on my list, and no matter how old this gets, it's hard for me to see this one moving down the list, because it's just enjoyable. And that's playing it on BGA, which I really don't think it's the most fun to play on BGA, because I have to move the map around so much, and I don't like doing that. That's largely why I really wanted to get a copy of my own, so that I could see everything right in front of me as I worked on, played the game. But hopefully this summer, I'd like to get this one, my physical copy, to the table and get some folks to play it. I just got to find some people that really like to play this game, or will enjoy it, or maybe just don't know enough about it, and I can sucker them into a game night of playing Railways. 120 minutes seems long to me. I could be wrong. Maybe it does take that long, but that seems like longer than it really would take with everybody knowing the rules and just playing a game. So we'll see. I'll have to time it when we get to that point. All right. Number 11. Whew, we're getting there. Number 11 I didn't even realize this one had fallen off my top 10. This one definitely could rise. I do not have a physical copy of this game, so perhaps playing it more, it will end up rising up the list, but it is Heat Pedal to the Metal. I've played it a couple of times. It is, wow, fantastic deck development racing game. I have played Rallyman, and I enjoyed Rallyman. I played it several times on BGA. But man, Heat Pedal to the Metal and the way they use that deck and you know the heat and the way it builds in your engine and when you add in the asymmetric sort of like starting thing cards that you draft, this game shines. And I think the more players you have, the better. You really want to get 6 players on the table because then you can like you can more opportunities to drift. Is it drift? I think that's the name of it. Whatever it is, where if you get behind somebody by 2 spaces, you can like skirt up to them or skirt around them, and that's not drifting. It's called something else. But it's a very excellent racing game. I think my family would enjoy playing this, and as I understand it, even if you run a couple extra cards that are running on bots, it's not that hard. But I haven't had a chance to do that yet. I think both times I played, we had 6 players. That wasn't an issue. But this is a very well designed game. Days of Wonder, well, it's actually Asger Harding Granerud and Daniel Skold Peterson. Excellent design. So I could see this one moving up my list possibly. I would need more plays of it to see how it lands, but the times I've played, very good. Alright, number 10. Oh, and actually now my 10 is actually a 10. Number 10. Not sure where this one will end up landing, but Earth, which has been on the hotness for quite a bit this year. This is kind of a pure tableau builder. It is very you're building a tableau and you're just trying to score points off your tableau, and you have kind of these communal areas where you're trying to meet some objectives on these 4 different cards, and then there's 2 general everyone can score points off of 2 of the cards in the on the main board, and then you have your own personal objective card that you're trying to score points off of, and you're building your tableau, and you're really just trying to maximize the amount of points you get. I guess there's an element of the game where you could try to be the first to finish your tableau, and then other people don't have as many cards in their tableau. But it is, I mean, you can kind of put cards, as long as they connect, you can pretty much put cards anywhere you want in your tableau, as long as they connect orthogonally or diagonally to one of the other cards you've previously placed. But it's a really beautiful game. There's a lot of interesting text on the card. There's some thematic engagement, I think, with the kind of plants you're putting in your ecosystem. And there's a lot of interesting puzzly pieces with trying to connect certain symbols in your tableau in certain formats, columns, rows, or just through a line to score points. So very lovely, fun game, and lots of triggering. I feel like it takes a little bit, 90 minutes is probably what it takes to play this game, because there's a lot of things to think about, and if they did not have simultaneous play in this game, it would take way more than 90 minutes. So this is very good that they've designed it in such a way that you can play simultaneously and trigger all your stuff correctly. Now, there's a couple of cards that can be, we played the game last time, and one card got read wrong, and so we allowed the player to play it pretty much incorrectly the entire game, and he ended up scoring like an ungodly number of points. But we found out that it was incorrectly playing the card, and so whoops. We tried to correct it mid-game, but I think most of the points had been done at that point. So there can be some cards that are a little confusing. If you're playing this game and you're sitting down for the first time and you get to a point where you're like, I'm not sure how to interpret that card. If it seems like the way it plays is a little overpowered, it probably is. Probably want to think about how could this play in a way that it's not overpowered, and think through that before you move on with the game too much, or somebody's going to end up with like 500 points. But Earth is a great game, very well designed, very fun. Definitely, especially if you like nature-themed games, I think you'll love that one. Last of the Garfield games, Scholars of the South Tigris. Now, I might be cheating a little bit here because technically this isn't released yet. I helped playtest this game. It was a lot of fun. I played it probably 6, 7, 8, 9 times. It is a fabulous game. This is going to be a lot of fun. I did back it on Kickstarter, so looking forward to this one arriving late this year. I think people are going to like this better than Wayfarers. I think there's some really interesting dynamics to this game that make it a lot of fun. One of those dynamics is how the dice work together, where you have different colors of dice. You have primary colors, secondary colors, and you can use workers to influence the colors of your dice. And I think the way those things work together to try to take different actions on the board is pretty pleasant and enjoyable. And you're trying to, translate manuscripts, and in doing so, those are going to give you in-game point scoring cards. You're trying to retire translators, and they will add to your action abilities and what you can do in the game. In some ways, it feels like this game ends too soon, and I feel like it's saying a lot because I think most of the games I played took like 90 minutes, and I largely played solo games. I wasn't even playing with others. I have a hard time seeing games ending in less than 90 minutes. I think it's going to take a while for a lot of these, but 410 probably pretty close to about right for the weight of the game. But man, this one feels very nice, tight design, very well designed. I think there's even an option. I only played the short game. I think there's a way you can play where you can play an even longer game where you have more time to develop your tableau and retire more of the translators. But this one, I'm really curious to hear what more people think about this game once it's more mass released and people have more access to it and get to play it. I think it's going to be a hit, but if it's not a hit, then I will be shocked if this isn't what I would call a hidden gem down the road. I think Garfield Games has done a great job with all the games they've done, and this is no exception to that rule. So we'll see. My guess is this one ends up showing on a lot of top 10s of 2023 when those start coming out, either late this year or beginning of mid next year. I think this one's going to be on a lot of lists, but we'll see. That's my prophecy for today. All right, number 8. Whew. Very excitedly awaiting the special edition of this game, Castles of Burgundy. Let's see if, yeah, special edition. So I only got to play this game maybe about a year and a half ago, something like that. I feel like it was like last summer I played it for the first time, and I played it and I was like, I love this game. This is a great game. If it just wasn't so ugly. There's been several times I was like, well, I think Castles of Burgundy would be fun, but I'm like, man, it's an ugly game. It's a maroon box, it's art and everything. And when they came out with this Castles of Burgundy special edition, I kind of crossed my fingers and I was like, man, just looking at what I saw, I was like, they're going to charge like $250 for this or $300. It's going to be, outside of my price range of what I'm willing to spend on a game, even a good one. But it was, they came out with these really pretty, gorgeous artwork. I think everything looks very nice. These sun-dropped castles, and I decided I was going to go ahead and get the sun-dropped version because I'm not good at painting. And just the acrylic overlays to make it so everything sits in there real nice. This is a very high-level development design, metal coins, lots of things that I normally like to add to games via Top Shelf Gamer and and such, and there's even a vineyards expansion in this one that I haven't really explored a ton yet, but I am looking forward to this arriving, hopefully in the near future. And Castles of Burgundy I love playing on BGA. I don't know if I have an app that plays Castles of Burgundy. I'll have to check. Can't remember if there's an app for it or not, but it's a great puzzly, really a multiplayer solitaire game, but there's a little bit of interaction. Most of it probably coming from just, oh, I grabbed that tile before you grab that tile. But I love the assimilation of trying to play your board and get the most points and make everything work together as smoothly as possible. It's a lot of fun. So very good game. Makes my number 8, and ever since I first played it, lovely game as far as gameplay goes, and now a lovely game as far as presentation goes. So I'll have fun pulling this out when we have folks over to play. Alright, now this next one, this is what messed up my count on a lot of these games, my number 7, and I actually combined Frosthaven and Gloomhaven, and that's what kind of threw my count off, because I decided at first I was having Frosthaven and Gloomhaven on separate line items, and I decided, why am I doing that? Frosthaven and Gloomhaven are similar. If it must be said, then Frosthaven is slightly better because it improves on some things that Gloomhaven hadn't fully developed at that point. But they are both fantastic games. I love them both. I play Gloomhaven Digital quite a bit. I still have the base game. I still hope to finish a 5-player campaign we started a couple years ago, and I have beaten Frosthaven with a friend of mine and enjoyed that. I'm not Frosthaven, Gloomhaven. I'm playing Frosthaven with that same friend now, and it's got just lots of crunchy in-between scenario story elements that really take some thought. It's hard. We've had some close losses. We've had some close wins. Probably played through about 7 scenarios now. It's a lot of fun. Very in-depth campaign style game. I don't know if you call it a legacy game, but huge value as far as how much gameplay you're going to get out of it. Now, I think I've seen the cost for Frosthaven was like around $250, at least from what I've seen. I don't know that it's on retail yet. That's a little higher than I'm probably willing to spend for it. I think I got my copy of Gloomhaven for about $90 or $100, and that's good. I would easily play probably up to $150 for Frosthaven. It'd be well worth it. That you're going to get so much play out of that. The only thing that would hold me back, and the reason I didn't back it, is because I have Gloomhaven, and my family didn't gravitate into being real into the world when we tried Jaws of the Lion, so I didn't feel like I was ready to invest in Frosthaven. If my 5-player group ends up getting through Gloomhaven and we finish it out, then we may start Frosthaven, but that's probably several years down the road before I'm in there. Or the catch with, as my kids get older, if they get into it more, then maybe that becomes something that I would put more time into. But for now, I'm just enjoying playing it with my buddy. So we'll hopefully be able to finish that in a couple of years, because I think at the rate we're going, we're not playing as often as we did when we played Gloomhaven, so it's going to take us a lot longer. But those are my collectively my number 7. Number 6 is Teotihuacan. It's kind of bordering on a place where I might say this is like a hidden gem, but I think a lot of people like it, and a lot of people, this is, in my opinion, the best of the T games. I have none of the other ones even come close to matching the gameplay experience I get from Teotihuacan. I love the base game. I think I have some expansion that maybe adds some more point tiles or something to it, but and I played the game with all the expansions, and it's fun. I enjoy it. I will do that. At some point, I hope to add the other expansions to my collection and have them all together. But this is just a fantastic game. I love playing it on BGA. I love playing my physical copy. I
I've been wanting to play the solo again, just to experience the solo. I haven't played it in a while solo, but I'm not a huge fan of Turtzi's complex solo, but probably this one is probably one of the more easy solos to run of his. But I do really, this is a fantastic game, and I could throw this down and play multiple games in a row at the drop of a hat. It's very well designed, very pleasant, lots of puzzly decisions to make from turn to turn, and the dice workers are unique. I think probably less unique now, but
I think they were good in 2018. I think that was a more unique piece. I think I got my copy of this game for like $20. I mean, it was on a whim. I was like, oh, $20, I'll try that game, and I didn't think I'd like it that much. I thought it'd be like a game I'd try for a while and then probably move on from. Turns out it's one of my favorite games. Number 6 overall this year. It's been in my top 5. We're kind of in the ballpark now where it's really hard to decide which of these games I like more than the others, but this is where Teotihuacan landed this year. Next up, number 5. My number 5 game overall is Obsession. I actually won a copy of this game from Board Game Atlas, and I was so-so on the game, wasn't sure how much I'd like it, but when I played it, from the very first time I played it, I was like, oh, this is fabulous. This is a lovely Victorian era game. My wife likes this game. It's not too hard to teach. It's got enough depth and complexity that it's easy to get back to the table. I love the upstairs-downstairs expansion. Adds a little bit more depth and complexity to the workers. Makes it more fun. Adds some more tiles. And I am looking forward to Dan Halligan doing a campaign for his adding coins to the game. I think they might be adding some tiles with better artwork on them, possibly. I don't know for sure about that, but I don't care as much about the tiles. I really want the metal coins. And before you throw anything in the comments about this game, that game, or the other game, like I had the only game I found that has metal coins that I'm even would remotely consider for Obsession, it would be the Nanny Narking metal coins, which I've found are virtually impossible to find. But Dan is doing his own thing, and he's going to be producing some metal coins that I'm guessing are going to fit right in with Obsession and be excellent. So I'll be looking forward to those and hopefully backing that. And if it comes with some nice art to go with it, all the better. This is a lovely game. I personally like to play the cards and kind of read in the voice of the guests, announce the guests that are coming to my estate. My family thinks I'm a dork when I do that, so I don't get to do it very often. But I do enjoy it. It's quite fun. That is my number 5. My number 4, and this is definitely, I often quote this as a hidden gem when people ask what's a good hidden gem game. This comes up quite often. Heaven and Ale, excellent I guess you could say a tableau builder, accent selection tableau builder. You have a rondel in the central board here. Every player has their own board, and there are normally, this one's not loaded, but you have ingredients that go around the rondel, and you're going to go move your monk a number of spaces, however many you want. I guess it's not your monk. Your monk's he's with your ingredients, but your character meeple, and you can go any number of spaces. You can't go backwards. You just go forward, and you pick up whatever ingredients or monk or scoring token that you want, and then you activate it. And you have 2 sides of your board, a light side and a dark side. The dark side is how you generate money. The light side is how you generate quality ingredients, and you're trying to get your ingredient quality up to score points at the end of the game. And there's a really, really fantastic tension between those 2 things. Trying to generate a little bit of a money engine, trying to get those quality ingredients up such that you can score the most points and not end up at 0 at the end of the game, which is possible. But I I've had this game for a long time now. I have yet to come across a game that has the same level of tension on how it does that and how it goes about scoring those points. Absolutely fantastic. I don't get tired of playing this. It's easy to teach. It actually plays fairly quick. Say 90 minutes, even for a 4-player game, is on the high side, and that's if people are really taking their time with turns and stuff. But probably plays best at 4, in my opinion. Oh, it says it plays best at 4 here. I like 4-player game the best. I have not felt the need to add the expansion, the Kegs and Barrels expansion. I would love to try it with that sometime, but I feel like the base game is so good by itself, you don't need that. I do print out cards that I laminated that you can play a solo version of this game. I really like that too. I think that's fun. I wouldn't probably recommend it as one of the better solo version things I've played, but it's not bad either. It's pretty well designed. So if you just want to get the flavor of the game and a feel for the game and you can't get a game group together, then that's a good interim thing to do. It's somewhere in the forums. If you search for the solo option for Heaven and Ale, you could probably find the cards to print out. Number 4. All right, number 3. I don't sing, so I'm just losing my mind as it gets late. Wingspan. This one's kind of gone up and down on my list, but it's always been in my top 10 to 15. And I decided top 3. It's good for top 3. I really enjoy Wingspan. I love playing it. I can play it multiple times. This is the game my wife and I play more than any other game I own, and we both love it. And I have every expansion for this game. I think all of the expansions add something new and unique to the game that make it more fun. The 2-player duo is neat. I just like the Asia expansion for the birds. That's probably my biggest piece of that. But it's very pleasant, and we enjoy playing it every time. So I don't know. I think the Oceania expansion probably is our favorite one that added the nectar. That might be our favorite expansion of all the expansions. But I do think that the Asia expansion also highlighted there's a couple of birds in there that I feel like Asia expansion highlighted the ability to cache food on birds. Like there were some birds in there that made that a more legitimate strategy. And there's been a couple of games I played where I was able to score, 20 to 30 points off cache food on birds. Whereas the base game, the egg strategy tends to be more significant, and Oceania added the whatchamajigger, the end game scoring, which was kind of unique, but you have to work toward those. And I think Asia kind of brought out a little bit more variability in being able to score more of those yellow birds and score more of the blue birds successfully, based on how some of those things work. So I have another video on my channel here that's like all the highest scoring point birds, or the ones with the most potential points you can score, where I kind of talk about, these are birds that can score you like 30 plus points based on if you play them perfectly. And so that's kind of how I go about that video, is going through each of the birds and like what's the most points you can get from these highest level birds in the game. So feel free to look that up. It's something about Wingspan bird points. I can't remember what I titled that video, but it's on here. It's on the channel if you want to find it, and if you're interested in some of the higher scoring bird points, or maybe there's a bird I missed that actually scores a lot of points. Feel free to call it out, post something in the comments, let me know, and I'll love to take a look at that. All right, number 2. Dun dun dun. Ark Nova. Yeah, it's it's my number 2, and I'll tell you that one of the reasons that I finally decided to put this in number 2, and I think I had it around 4, 5, 6 for a while, was I see the expansion, I've looked at the expansion, and I forget which channel had some more detailed information on the expansion. I think it was Man vs. Meeple or something. And I looked at that and I was like, nah, that's just gonna, like, this was already a game that I really enjoy playing. I love the mechanics. I love how it all works together. I love the art. I love the design. And I saw what they're adding with the Aquarius expansion, and it's just going to put, like, this is a game that I just love to play. So much fun, and that expansion is going to enhance it even that much more. And I don't think it'll add a bunch of playtime to the game. I think it'll just add more fun to the complexity and the game that's already there. So really looking forward to that. Kind of hoping it all might fit in one box, but we'll see. I'm not going to sweat that one too much, but it is just a great game. It's themed. It's got a theme that I like. It's got it's got art that I like. It's got the tableau building piece, kind of similar to Terraforming Mars. It's got the asymmetric boards you can play with, and I know some people don't like the luck of the draw, but I have not found that to be a detriment to the game overall. I mean, certainly some games I wish I could, have better luck, but I think the expansion is going to help cycle through the deck a lot more and make it even more fun than it already is. So that is my number 2. And my number 1 is not, I fit in with the masses. I like Brass Birmingham. Brass Birmingham is my number 1 game. I think it has a fantastic design. I love the economy piece to it. When I first got this game, I did not think it would be this high on my list. I thought I'd like it okay, but I didn't know it would end up being in my number 1 spot. But I've played it multiple times. I enjoy it every time. I love the player interaction and how every single game is different because the cards you draw and how different players will manipulate the market. I love watching how other players decide to do things. We played a couple of times with a friend of mine who he just kept spamming the take a loan action, and I was like, how is this guy going to win? Like, I always try to do that slow build and get my income up, and he was just spamming the income and got all his money, and he won the game. I was like, oh, I think he ended up with he was like 1 income at the end of the game, and he still won it. He just built all the things he was trying to build, and largely took a ton of 6 or 7 times. I think he took a take a loan action. Absolutely, like that. Okay, now I have to monitor that as a piece of my strategy and figure out how can I weave that, how can I do that better. Maybe do that plus try to do a good build toward income where I can kind of capitalize on both these things and score more points. So but yeah, love it every time. It's just there are not many better situations than sitting down with an old-fashioned that I've been able to handcraft at my house and playing Brass Birmingham. Lovely evening. And if I could play Brass Birmingham twice in an evening, I'd probably do that, but I think most of these games tend to take on the 120-minute range because we take a while to take our turns. So there you go. That is my top 100 from Unraveled Game Thoughts. Thank you for watching. Feel free to post any comments. Until next time, have a great evening.